Good morning, or at least good morning from Japan. I'm a little bit later than I was planning to be because I had to do some very important gacha rolling this morning before my event, or not event, but I guess my window to get the character I wanted died. So, apologies for that. But I guess I'm starting about the same time that I started roughly yesterday. I think at least I can't remember. Looking at the time. Oh yeah, I did. Okay, I'm starting like very, very slightly earlier than I did yesterday. Whoops, that's not what I meant to say. Oh no, not openings, endings. Okay, let me see. So I think that should be everything. Everything should be good. All my levels are good. Is Twitch working? Twitch doesn't seem to be responding. What's going on, Twitch? Oh, there we go. Okay, so Twitch is responding. That's good to know. Good to see. Um, and we don't need that comment in the YouTube description. Save. Also, I think yesterday there was an issue where, for some reason, one of the updates that I made to the description, at least in the YouTube part, wasn't showing up. So, uh, apologies for that. And then I didn't even realize Twitch people watching through Twitch wouldn't even have access, or they wouldn't know what the playlists I was talking about were. So I'm just gonna comment in Twitch right now. Hopefully this all works. Okay, well that is a very big message. But I guess if you're watching along in Twitch, you can just click on one of these links, and then if you're watching on YouTube, the descriptions are going to be down in the description. Just checking to make sure they're there. Yes, they are. Okay. So yes. So if you're tuning in today, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We are going to be streaming the best, or my top picks for the best anime endings of 2025 today, and just going through and trying to figure out which one was the best in my subjective view. Yesterday we did the opening, so if you want to watch that, then you can go check that out wherever. You can go check that out on my channel. It should be on Twitch and YouTube still, just in the video archive under live. And yeah, today we're doing the endings. It should be slightly shorter than yesterday. I don't think it's going to be too much different. Yesterday we were going for about just under 6 hours, so I guess today is probably going to be roughly the same, maybe about 5.5. Given that there are 40 tracks today, and yesterday there were 44. There is one more that I feel like I might want to include at the end, just because I think I haven't included it in my list, and I'm not sure why, because it does stick out in my mind a little bit. So I might just play that on its own later, and then we'll see. We'll see where it actually lines up in the whole list of songs endings of the year. But yeah, so we will be getting to that shortly. I just want to make sure that all of my links to everything are working. And it seems like everything is running okay. So yeah. So why don't we just get to it? Also, I caught a cold yesterday that felt pretty bad, but now I'm feeling kind of okay, but I am a bit stuffed up, so hopefully that doesn't affect this too much, but we'll see. So, why don't we just get to this? So, where am I looking here? So, let's just get started. So, we are going to start with the endings from winter of 2025, and just like yesterday, for those of you who were tuned in, we don't actually have that many endings for that many songs for winter or spring. Not because the songs were bad, but just because I think earlier on I was not watching as much. And also, I guess I was being a little more scrutinizing with which songs I wanted to pick. Mostly because it was just, I wasn't even planning on doing anything with this list. I just wanted to keep track of which ones were good so that I could potentially make some kind of analysis video in the future. But yeah, so starting off with the winter ones, we've got only 6 tracks, and then spring, I think we only yeah, spring we've only got 7, and then summer it jumps up to I'm not gonna bother counting that right now, and then fall has a decent amount. So yeah, we've got quite a few tracks to go through. Uh, so why don't we just get started off with the winter endings of 2025? So we are going to start off with the first ending of season 2 of Kusuriya no Hitorigoto, which Apothecary Diaries. Let me just pull these up. Yay, which is Shiawase no Recipe by Hirai Dai. Oh, and I guess I should mention while it's on my mind here. Uh, so because this is all copyrighted music, I said all this yesterday, but again, just to reiterate, because this is all copyrighted music, I obviously can't be playing it through the stream itself. You might hear a little bit through just the mic here, picking up the sound through the speakers a little bit. But for the most part, everything is just going to be me talking through the stream. So if you want to listen along, as you can see, there's listen along playlists in the description if you're on YouTube, and then if you're on Twitch, you can see that the comment that I've made is right there at the top. I guess I probably should have put that in the YouTube comments as well, but I guess you have access to the description. I don't know how to use Twitch. I'm not much of a streamer, so I don't have a bot that can just relink to the description, so I get, or not the description, to the playlists. So I guess if anyone on Twitch wants to get access to the playlist, then just type it in chat, let me know, and I will just copy paste those messages. And again, you can kind of just see them at the top of chat as well if you scroll all the way to the top. I don't suspect there's going to be too many people popping into chat to listen along with me, so you should be able to scroll up to the top pretty easily without having to search super far for it. So actually, maybe I can pin this message. Can I? Yes, I can. Okay, there. Now it's pinned. Unpin after manually unpin after stream ends. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So good to see. Now that message is pinned. It's set to unpin, I guess, when I end stream. Okay. So yeah, if you want to follow along, hopefully those work. And I guess one last thing again, you can kind of see it in chat here, just the end of the message. But I would today suggest using the YouTube music playlist over the Spotify playlist, not because I have a preference. I mean, I use YouTube music, but just because there is one ending that is not in the Spotify playlist because it's not on Spotify for whatever reason. I guess it's more of a soundtrack piece of music than it is an ending song, so that's probably why it's not on Spotify yet. But with all that being said, why don't we just get started? So again, this is the first ending for season 2 of Kusuriya no Hitorigoto, Apothecary Diaries, Shiawase no Recipe by Hirai Dai. So let's get started. So one of the things that I was saying every time I listened to this song, when it would play at the end of each episode, I like Hirai Dai. I think he's like an amazing singer, but this is like a weirdly sensual way of singing this song. That sort of that whine, that forced whiny voice. Yeah, I am ready for a lot of chilled tracks like this today, though. Openings are a mixed bag, but endings are usually pretty chill. That was also a weird strum on like what sounded like a harp. Ooh, okay. We're only on the first one, so it might feel weird for me to say nice mix. Ah, that harp. I don't really think that was the best instrument choice for that transition, but it sounded good there, but the really fast gliss up with that harp, a little weird. Really pleasant, just like a lot of pleasant stuff going on here. Oh, a little too much. There we go. I do like the consistency with this. It's not actually changing too much in the arrangement, which, like, it's not bad when songs do that, and I'm sure many of the ones we're gonna hear today will, but, ooh. And then even still, they managed to make this breakdown section sound very, uh, very chill. Even more chill than, the other sections, I guess I should say. Mm. Yeah. Interesting that it's not getting any more intense over the period of it playing though. Mm. All right. So, that is a nice way to start us off. Probably the most consistently terrible description. The most consistent song that we're probably gonna hear all day, all stream, because it really didn't change that much over the course of its runtime. It kind of started out with all the instruments that would come in, and then just kept them all. There was that one breakdown section where it was just piano and his voice, but even with just like the piano, the arrangement was probably only what, like four instruments plus his voice. So what, piano, guitar, uh some percussion like drums and stuff, and then the harp, which was mostly just for flourishes, I guess. But yeah, like interesting how even just with those four instruments and himself taking away three of them just for the piano and him in that one breakdown really still felt like a big shift in the tone of the song without making like a big grand gesture of like, okay, now we're going from the more full textured intense parts of this what I can only assume is a love song because I wasn't paying attention to the lyrics too much. Going into this more intimate section, and yeah, just like a very interesting way of doing that. And again, I really like Hirai Dai. I'm not super familiar with a lot of his music, but the stuff that I have heard from him, I'm pretty sure almost everything I've heard that's just come up in my playlists as they shuffle through, or not playlists, but in my listening has I've clicked like on pretty much all of them so far. So good stuff from him. And yeah, I don't have too much more to say on that. So why don't we why don't we move on to the next ending from winter of 2025? So next up we have the second ending from Ao no Hako Blue Box, which is Contrast Contrasto by Tomo. Um, yep. So also just to remind people who weren't here in chat yesterday, I'm gonna count down every time I hit next or play, just so that if you want to listen along at the same time as me, it'll kind of line up at least my commentary and movements will hopefully sort of line up with what you're hearing. Otherwise, the stream is mostly just me kind of like going like this to nothing. So yeah, let's get that started. So I'm gonna count us down. 3, 2, 1. Mm. Very, very chill. I do like this deep kick drum as well. Ooh, ooh. Really nice sound design with that. I don't know what the timing for all these little metal clicks are, but nice adding in the bass to get some more texture in there. It's down a little bit. Mmm. The very warm sound they've got going here. Maybe a slight high or low pass filter on the piano, so you don't get that piercing sound from it. Ooh, okay. Oh, I don't know what this mix is, but it's like, it's been mastered in a very warm feeling. Ooh, okay. Very nice sound. Ooh. Yeah, I'm loving this mix. All the things that they're doing to make it sound so warm, like the simple piano with its whatever filter it's going through to give it that sort of cutting off at the higher ends there. This kind of round sounding bass. Acoustic guitar, and then now we've got a cello in the mix. Ooh, just very, very warm, super pleasant to listen to. Hmm. Nice build in. Nice build into the chorus there. I do feel like her voice is getting a little bit drowned out in this mix, though. They probably could have kept... I think they might have, in the mix, tried to make her voice also come out in the same sort of warm sense, but it gets blended into the instruments a little too much. Was not expecting a guitar solo either. So they probably could have left in or changed the mix a little bit just so her voice was a little more at the forefront. Focused a little bit more on the highs with her voice and then cut off some of the low ends. Because here it comes out a little better. Mostly because you've got these lower sounds underneath her and then the super high piano. Hmm. Not the catchiest melody, but I do really like it. I like the tone of her voice as well. It's got this sort of breathiness that feels very fitting with the show as well. Ooh, nice having the cello and double the piano. Okay, and a nice way to sort of pseudo fade out, just a slow decrescendo, diminuendo there at the end. Yeah, really pleasant. Definitely endings are a little bit harder to judge which ones are more musically interesting when they're mostly like these kinds of ballads that are fairly simple, not, I wouldn't say sparse. They feel very very full. Like this one was very full textured, especially compared to the last one. But man, it's hard to pit them against each other because they are quite similar, which I guess is a good way to contrast them. Haha, title drop. But yeah, I feel like yesterday was a different problem where all the songs sounded different from each other. Like they were different styles, different types of music, and I couldn't. It was hard to compare them. Whereas today, it's easy to compare them, but because they're quite similar, they are going to be a little bit more difficult to really fine tune my own, I guess, judgments about the music and decide which ones are the ones that are better than the others. So, but either way, I really think that uh, that one, okay, yeah, like I said, so compared to the first track that we heard, this one was very full textured. You could really get the sense of everything that was going on. Uh, you could pick out each instrument, but it felt like they were all complementing each other. Not that the previous one didn't, but you could feel it felt like a bigger ensemble of instruments supporting her voice. Whereas the previous one, it felt more intimate, like you were in a small room with just like a few musicians and the singer. Which again, weird because in this case, it was pretty much the same number of in musicians playing along with her singing. Just a different set of instruments, and then I was not expecting the guitar solo. It didn't sound bad at all, especially with the warm nature of how they mixed it in. It sounded fitting. It was nicely at the forefront because of the range that it was playing in. Again, I do think they maybe could have done a little more to make her voice stand out a little bit more, just because it did blend. It blended very well with the rest of the ensemble, but maybe a little too well. So at parts, I did feel like there were sections where she was getting drowned out by the rest of the instruments, just because they were all kind of in the same range. Whereas what you want to do in this kind of music, or any kind of music, to give it that full texture, is to basically do what they did with the mix and then do something slightly different with whatever you want to be at the forefront, just so that it's separate from all the rest of it. But not bad at all, and a very pleasant song to listen to overall. Just really really nice. So I don't really have anything bad to say about it per se. I'm just being nitpicky about certain things that I was hearing. So anyway, the next ending, let's move on to the next one, which, okay, we are going to make a very big jump to a different kind of music. So the next ending that we have is from Akyakurejo Tensei Oji-san. This one, I forget what the title is in English. Villainous daughter something something. I think all it says is villainous daughter in the, or villain daughter in the Japanese title there. Yeah, but the ending from that, which is Matsuken Samba 2, by Grace slash, or Grace equals Kenzaburo, uh, the characters who are voiced by Mao and Inoue Kazuhiko. Um, if you know anything about Japanese music, this is a very famous song in Japan. So this is basically just a cover. Not even basically, it is just a cover of a famous song. And I thought it was so funny when it came on. uh, because just why this song, I have no idea, but it's a bop, and clearly people resonated with it when it was on, or when it was airing. And yeah, just really funny for me when it came on. And yeah, so why don't we just get on to that? Actually, I'm gonna blow my nose first. Ugh, gross. Okay, so let's get started. So I'm gonna count us in. Three, two, one. like just amazingly different vibe from the previous two tracks. Very different kind of show from the previous two as well, where there's so compared to the actual song, and this cover is much more electronic. The other one is more sort of like fun, I guess, samba. This is like, let's put it. This is like anime club remix of Matsken Samba 2. But crazy mixing. Like they've got a lot of things going on. Ooh, nice sequencer. Matsuken Samba. Ole. Matsuken Samba. Da, 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 da. Really crazy mix. I think there's mostly what I'm gonna talk about in this is the mix, because they're voice actors and they're not doing anything crazy singing wise, and it's already a pre-existing song, so most of the focus should be on the production. Okay, kind of a funny way to get back to this opening. Dugga 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 dugga. Oh, okay. Going full club vibe with it. This is not what happens in the original. I probably should have looked up who the producer was on this. This feels like very early 2000s electronic production though, which is fair. I can't remember when this song came out. The original, I mean, the original is of that era, probably even earlier than early 2000s. There's like a lot of production being done in terms of placement of the sounds as well. There's a lot of panning going on, a lot of things with different levels of reverb for the front and back. Ooh, I did like that little ARP. Again, samba. Just a fun song. Again, I still don't know why they picked this for the ending, but I mean, it's a bop, and the show was funnier than it needed to be. Oh, no, keeps going. Ooh, okay. Alright, okay, that was a nice way to end it. Okay, I guess there's not really too much for me to say. I guess as someone who is also familiar with the original song, it's hard not to compare the two, especially since the vibes are very different. This one is very electronic and clubby, whereas the original is much more, as the title would suggest, a samba style. But it's really funny. And like I'm not that aware of the pop culture behind how this song came about in Japan from Matsken, or not Matsken, but whatever the artist's name is. Focus on me. Okay, there we go. But yeah, whatever happened to make it such a big thing that everyone in Japan seems to know the song, just makes me also question why they chose it for the ending of this show that seemingly has nothing to do with it. But it didn't not work. It's very fitting. I just can't really comment too much on it because it's already a pre-existing song that I'm also familiar with. So overall, a lot of fun, good stuff. I don't think it's gonna win any of my top picks. The seasonal, it's already probably not winning against the two we've already heard, and so that would make it not be really a contender as the top of the year, but still something fun. I know a lot of people who were watching the show really enjoyed this ending theme. It probably goes a little better with the video sequence than it does just on its own as like a song listening to it the way that I am. I do think that the original song works better as this kind of listening, but either way, still a good song, just not gonna win any of my top picks here. So let's move on to the next one, which is the ending from Hanawa Saku Shiren no Gotoku. I forget the English title. Flower and Ashura. It's right there. Yeah, Flower and Ashura, and the ending theme is Roro by Sato. So just like how yesterday, uh, yesterday, the opening for City turned me into a huge Huri Riho fan. The ending for this show made me a huge Sato fan. Like, I've been listening to her music quite a bit as well. Not to nearly to the same extent that I have of Huri Riho, but she is also just a fantastic artist, and definitely worth your time if you like the sort of acoustic sounding artists who do a lot of music that's just like guitar, and maybe drums with their singing. But yeah, acoustic guitar, I should say. So yeah, let's get to it. Again, if you're just tuning in, the music is not coming through the stream for obvious copyright reasons. So if you want to follow along, I've got the links to the playlist in Twitch, in the Twitch chat, and on YouTube. I've got them down in the description. So just click on whichever one you prefer. I do suggest the YouTube playlist today, as opposed to yesterday where it didn't matter which one, only because Spotify is missing one of the tracks that we're going to listen to. I will mention it when we get to it later on, but for now, let's just move on. So I'm going to start the next song in 3, 2, 1. Dun, 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 dun. Super simple opening, but very effective. Dun, 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 dun. And a nice build in. Super high strings with the kick and a bit of shaker. Oh. Again, a really pleasant mix, but also a very different vibe from the earlier two songs that we heard. And I love this build into the chorus. And I love the way that she sings this chorus too, because I feel like the melody wouldn't feel this powerful if it weren't sung in the way that she's singing it. That sort of like pleading, whiny, like whiny sounds bad, but I guess when I say it for singing, a lot of times the whininess is actually what makes it like really, really powerful. And then a shift, a change in the way that the verse is sung here. Yeah, very, very different from the first verse. Completely different melody. But it doesn't feel so different that you wouldn't think it's the same song, which happens more often than you would think. Ooh, okay, let's go. Ooh, and that was a long hold. I mean, not an issue for like any singer, but still, longer than you'd necessarily think. Not as intense of a breakdown. Oh, but I forgot about this part. And this is the real breakdown. Na, 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 na. Mm. Oh, such a good way to have it circle back to the start of the chorus. And then it cuts out. Oh, such smart arranging to have it cut out so that it's just her voice for the end of that chorus there. Ooh, so effective. Oh, so good. She's such a good singer too. I love her style of singing. Just that sort of pleading sound. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. As it stands, that is definitely winning my winter pick of the endings from winter 2025. But we've still got two more after this. But ooh, just such a good song. So good. And again, like I was saying, I think a lot of what makes it is actually her. Because I mean, like, it seems obvious enough when I say it that, like, oh, the singer really makes or breaks the song depending on the way that they're singing it. And I feel like this melody wouldn't sound as good if it weren't sung in the way that she's singing it. Because I can picture another singer, just like, say, I don't know, any other just like random J-pop singer, for example, who doesn't have maybe this vocal quality, singing it in a more pop style, rather than this. Well, what would I even call her style? Alternative? I guess this is more J-poppy, J-rocky, but she's more of an alternative artist. And so when you hear sort of like a regular J-pop artist take on this, there wouldn't be that sort of forced nature about it. And I don't mean forced as in like forcing her voice out or anything. It's more of the emotional aspect, the emotional force behind her voice, her sort of pleading, going, like "Shinjite yo," like believe me, believe in me, or whatever. I don't know the context of the rest of the lyrics, so I am only going off that one word. But still, just like having that sort of almost whininess in her voice to make it really hit home the level of emotion that she's trying to get across in the song. Just so good, and the arrangement as well. They really build in all the layers really well. Having the strings, I actually didn't remember it having the super high strings at the very beginning coming in with just the kick to come in. So having those opposing layers coming in to meet with her voice that was more in the middle, and then obviously the guitars going from the very beginning with her as well. So just a really nice sound overall, and probably will win my winter pick. But for the time being, let's keep that in mind as we move on to the last two from winter of 2025. So, next up we have the the ending for Zenshu, which is Tada Kimi no Mama de by Soul. So Zenshu being this show that I actually didn't watch while it was airing. I started and got to episode 3, thought it was dumb and boring, and then gave it another shot, finished it all in one sitting way after it had finished. And by the end, still thought it was kind of dumb and boring, but better than I had expected going in. Okay, so let's get started. I'm going to start it in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I do remember this now. That was funny having the industrial drums for a very short period at the very beginning, and then bringing them back, but having them more at the forefront. Interesting vibe, too. Ooh. One and a two and a three and a four and a five. Those are really fast, like sextuplets. That kind of came out of nowhere. Na, 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 na. Interesting. This is not the melody that I would expect with this vibe of the backing. Hmm. Yeah, like interesting mix. Like this isn't the melody that I was expecting with this. Ooh. And now it's kind of intense. Slap bass too, like really pushing it along. Very, very different vibe from the first verse. This is what I mean by like it sounds very different as the song goes on. Whereas like the previous songs didn't necessarily. Wow, okay. Very interesting composition. Ooh. Are these hammer-ons on an acoustic? Acoustic hammer-on, hey. Whatever works, right? I mean, and it does work. Really cool mix, wow. Now getting that organized chaos. Da, 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 da. I'm really liking the contrast between each section. Like, there's a lot different in each section of this song. I still think the melody feels a little bit off with this mix, but that's just my impression. It doesn't not fit. It's just not what I was expecting. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe I wasn't paying enough attention, but was it always in 6/8? Uh, it just felt like the end suddenly was in a very different feel. And maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention to notice what the count was doing. But either way, wow, very, very cool song. I completely kind of forgot about how that sounded. And then when it came on, I thought I remembered. And then it started doing all this crazy stuff that I wasn't expecting. But yeah, every section in that felt very different to the previous section. And as much as I talked about how I like the consistency of the other songs, I think the style of music that this one was in really lended itself well to having all those changes. And then if you were to tie it to the show as well, I think it is a little more fitting, especially since the genre of the show, the vibe of it as well, is all not at all like what the previous ones that we heard were. So I think it was really fitting for what it was made for, as well as just a lot of really cool stuff, like compositionally super super well written, like the way that they have all these instruments intermingling with each other, and then there is that sense of sort of organized chaos where a lot of times, not a lot of times, I guess in maybe towards the ending section before the last chorus, I think it was, where they were all kind of like doing their own thing, but in a strangely organized way, if that makes sense. So even though you could individually listen to each part, or kind of maybe even feel a little bit overwhelmed by the fact that they were all doing something different, they were all doing something different within the confines of each other. And so I think it worked really well. Yeah, between this one and the previous song we listened to, I like them for very different reasons. Where I don't think his voice in this song was as important as the instrumentation and the arrangement and the composition of the instruments. But either way. And then still, yeah, like I said, the melody, I think the melody wasn't, I don't think it was bad. I just don't think it was what I was expecting for the arrangement and the style of composition that they were going for in this. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't what came of it. Um, so I don't even know if that's a complaint or not, or if it's just my own observation and my own sense of how the song was going. Either way, it was fine. It was good. Better than fine. A very good song. So let's move on to the next one here, which is the last song that I've got for the endings from winter of 2025. It is the first ending from Orb, Aporia by Yorushka. And I did talk about this one in a video that I did where I covered both Orb's opening and ending. Just this ending, not the second one. I actually kind of forgot that it even had a second ending from part 3 onwards. So, yeah, so that video only talks about the opening, Kaiju, and the first ending, Aporia, which we're about to listen to in a second here. Ugh, gross. I want to be over this cold. I just got back from Canada, and that is how I'm being greeted in my return to Japan. Okay, so we're gonna start the next one in 3, 2, 1. So I've already said a lot about this. I'll try and keep my comments short for this listen through. If you want to know more, just go watch the video that I made. But I love their use of 7, 8 mixed with, or what are the time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. Yeah, it's 7 and 8, and it's 8, 8. It's not 4, 4, like everyone thought, because the rhythms don't lend themselves to 4, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there is a bit of 9, 8. There's one bar of 9, 8 that gets mixed in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh wait, I missed where it was. 3, 4. And then here we've got 4, 4. So just a really nice mix of different time signatures, meter changes. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I hit the 7 and then I kept going in 8 when it was a 4, but you get the idea. I mentioned in the review as well, the sung melody is not super important in this. It does sound very pleasant, very nice, but the singing melody and the lyrics themselves don't tie themselves to the show as much as the actual arrangement does. And of course, that's also my own interpretation. I have no idea if Yorushka made the song with that in mind. But if they did, very, very cool stuff. Very cool way to write this song. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. 1, 2, 3, 4. Na 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 na. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. I missed it. I realized I was counting wrong already. But yeah, I do think it's really interesting. A lot of like J-pop, they do experiment with these kind of like interesting time signatures and stuff that you don't necessarily hear a lot in the West. And it's also an interesting mix, too, as well. We've got, like, two mandolins, to make it sort of almost folk-like, but Yorushka is not a folk band or a folk singer whatsoever. But I love that we've got the two panned mandolins, one just doing the really high-pitched strumming, rhythmic strumming, and the other one's doing the hook. Ah, just so, so good. And even still, this one that's playing the hook is still kind of panned to the left, whereas we've got the piano more centered. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so yeah, again, I've made most of my comments about the song in the video that I made, so I don't want to say too much about it here because it's just a rehash of what I've already said. But again, just those time signature changes, the meter changes are ooh, they really make it just very, very unique. Because initially when I heard this song, I didn't actually think too much of it because when I'm listening to music, unless it like really stands out, I don't tend to notice a lot of things on my first few listens, and if I don't try to think about it, then I just don't really think about the more complex things unless I'm trying to. So when I heard this, it just sounds because it just sounds nice without thinking too much. I wasn't really noticing that there even were time signature changes, and now that I know that they're obviously it's at the forefront of my mind. I know that it's switching between 7 and 8, and then 4, and then there's the odd bar of 9/8 as well. But yeah, it sounds so good, and it's so at least in my own interpretation, it's so meaningful to what Orb is all about. Um, and yeah, I really really like the way that they give it that sort of folk sound with the mandolins and just the very simple arrangements. Yorishika, I always mix up Yorishika and Zutomayo. Um, I don't know why. I think it's because they have similar Japanese name meanings. So I always mix them up, and they're not the same at all. But from what I remember, if I'm remembering correctly, Yorishika doesn't always make this style of music. So it is very it's interesting to hear them take this kind of more acoustic style of music, sort of folk style of music, where I'm used to them doing a little bit more poppy stuff. And I don't know if the male vocalist, if he always comes in the singing as well. I don't think he does, but again, I because I mix up these two artists and Zutomayo doesn't have a male vocalist, uh things get messed up in my head. So for now, I'm gonna leave it at that because that is just a quick sort of summary of my thoughts on the song that I maybe sort of mentioned in the video. Anyway, so that is the end of the winter endings, and this is an easy pick for me, I think. For which one I think is my top ending of winter 2025. It is the Hanawa Sakushira no Gotoku, Flower and Ashura ending, Roro by Sato. No competition. I think that one just completely captured a lot of what I love about that kind of alternative style of music. And I'm not I guess I do probably listen to a lot of alternative music, but I never think about the style of it. I like how it sounds. And this song is more a little more intense than what the kind of music that Sato usually makes, but um either way, I love all of the other stuff I've heard by her as well, and this one was just like a nice mix of being a little bit more rocky and a little more intense, but she really got the emotions across um just through her voice alone, and then obviously the arrangement was also really well done. Close second would be the Zenshu ending for Winter. Uh just because for completely different reasons, like his voice was not super important to me, but the arrangement was crazy, and then more than the arrangement, the composition of it all was like going in so many directions that I couldn't have predicted, and just really really great stuff there all around. So yeah, but either way, maybe I'll give that a little yellow highlight just for second place. Okay, so with that all said and done, let's move on to spring. So for the spring shows, actually, I'm gonna get this typed in to this layer that you can't see. No. Not from orb. From hana wa saku shura no gotoku. Okay. So now we've got that typed in. Okay. Okay, so now we are moving on to the spring endings from 2025. So let me pull up my thing again. So the first track that I've got on this list for spring, and we only have 7 tracks, so also another short list of songs. So the first song that we have is the second ending for season 2 of Kusuriya no Hitorigoto, Apothecary Diaries. So once again, Hitorigoto by Omoi no Take, which are also just a great Japanese band, a great J-pop band. So let me get this all pulled up. And because we're starting a new season of songs, I guess I'll just mention again to anyone who has joined chat. So if you want to listen along with me, you will have to click on one of the playlists. If you're on Twitch, then the playlists are in the chat, in the pinned comment, and then if you're watching on YouTube, it should just be down in the description. The reason for that, the songs are copyrighted, so I've just got them playing through my speakers, and the only thing you're going to hear is whatever gets picked up by the mic. But whenever I'm talking, it basically mutes all the background sounds, so it's only when I'm not saying anything or making any noise. So ideally, nothing should get copyright claimed on YouTube. I know yesterday's Twitch video did apparently mute some of the audio, which is kind of weird. I don't know where it would have muted the audio, but either way, doesn't matter too much. If you're listening along, you shouldn't be hearing any of what's coming through the mic anyway. So as we get into the next song, I always am counting down so that you can try and sort of line up where the music is playing in time with me making my comments and also doing my little head bobs and whatever. You can also see on screen as well the you can't see my hand. Down in this section, you can see in the player, you can see the timeline of where I am in the song, so you can follow along that way as well, as long as you can see what the timestamp is, as well as where your own player's timestamp is, if you want to follow along, of course. So anyway, let's get to this next song. So I'm gonna start it in 3, 2, 1. I don't think I ever noticed the little electronic things in this mix, and I don't know how fitting they are. Oh, such a good voice, though. I love his voice. And then very interesting key change there. But if you're curious about what I was saying about the whine in Sato's voice, he doesn't really have it in his. Until this part, he does a little bit. So while you can feel the emotion and feel what he's trying to get across through his singing, I feel like with a different style of singing, with that slight whine, that sort of pleading nature of the style of singing that Sato was doing, this one could be even more emotional. Not that what he's doing is bad at all. I don't think so. I think this is just more what you would expect of sort of like a J-pop, J-rock singer. So while it's not lacking, it could be more. That was also a very heavy bass drum hit. And then such a different vibe. That was a little bit of a sudden change. But I do really like this verse. the way the verse and the chorus sound, they're completely different from each other. So I think they could have a little more transitioning between the two. But oh, so good. I do think the electronics are a bit heavy-handed though. They sound nice in the chorus, but in these verses, they're being experimental, which is always good, but I think maybe the direction of it was a bit misjudged. Okay. And really nice string textures to fill out that high end. As simple as this bass part is, too, it's just kind of following the drums, and doubling the rhythm. I do like the way that it sounds. It almost, for some reason, it's reminding me of, like, old school games. Like, for whatever reason, the Golden Sun soundtrack is coming to mind for the way the bass sounds. Ooh. Ooh, okay, nice little slight cutout, and then back in with the bass and rhythm parts. Snowy, snowfield type of synth, doubling the piano. Pretty simple bridge. I actually think the contrast... Oh, wait. Unexpected key change. I didn't realize he had changed keys for that bridge. Oh, dramatic strings. And then a nice breakdown. I like the little percussion bits in this as well. Oh, okay, now we're fully in it again. Na, na, na. Nice cutout. I like that choice there that they made, not to just have everything come back in, but to like sort of have the slight riser right before it. There are some interesting chord progressions in there. Da, 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 na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Yeah, interesting chord progressions at times. So there are elements. I think they were, for how pleasant and just sort of like straightforward the song sort of seems on the surface. I think there are actually a lot of experimental things that they were doing with that song, because my favorite Omoi no Take songs, but also my favorite song by them, are also quite straightforward in terms of the arrangement and the style that they're going for. They're quite consistent with the way that the song starts and finishes with, and then all the middle bits, there'll be some changes, but like no more than your average sort of pop rock song, whatever. And yeah, so being able to hear this one in this format where I'm like deep listening and trying to pick out all the different parts, I feel like there were a lot of elements that I don't usually notice about their music that maybe is in all of their other music that I've just never really noticed before, but definitely here, like the slight electronic elements supporting the verse bits, and then having just a wide range of like different what's the word that I'm going for here? Just like more things than I was expecting. Like I guess what is the word I'm looking for? The chord progression where he's coming out of the chorus, that da 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 da. Like in his voice, it's just like a simple diatonic descent, so da, 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 and I'm pretty sure it's all in the key, but then the harmonies going with it are not necessarily the ones that you would expect given what has already been playing. So I think that was really interesting and a really cool way for them to change things up. And then there were other parts throughout, like I didn't notice the key change in the bridge. So when he came out of the chorus and went into the bridge, it sounded all very straightforward and normal. And then suddenly when he went back to the chorus, it was like, oh wait, this chorus is in the same key as all the previous choruses, but it's different from what was just being sung. So there was clearly a shift from the previous chorus into that bridge. Which I thought was really interesting. It like the transition itself. I mean, it wasn't really a transition. It was more just a shift back to the chorus, but it sounded good. And so that part didn't necessarily need a transition. Maybe other parts could have used more of a transition, but it still sounded good overall. So with that being said, let's move on to the next spring 2025 ending, which is the ending for season 2 of Aharen-san wa Hakarenai. Twilight by Shalom. Shalom. I don't know how you pronounce this name. Shalom. It doesn't matter. I don't remember this one, but I suspect it is not as insane as the opening for this show was. So let's get it started in 3, 2, 1. Okay, not at all. Completely different vibe. I like that little bit in the melody. Interesting. This almost gives me opening vibes. I think I thought that when I first heard it and also saw the visuals that were with it. Because if I'm remembering correctly, it's like there's quite a bit of actual animation in this ending. Ooh, nice harmonizing, doubling. Nice build-in. Ooh, okay. I like that build-in. That was really nice, really smooth. Ooh, I like her voice a lot. I think I've heard of her, but I haven't listened to much of her music. Wow. All right. Very sort of standard emotional J-pop type of song, but not that that's a bad thing at all. I love this kind of music. I like that there's the little organ hits in the background too. Weird trap-inspired section that J-pop has been utilizing. I like that when they do that line, it's not just her going over the beat, it's like all the arrangement goes with her for the da 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 da. Very good. She's also got a bit of that pleading nature, but again, it doesn't quite match what I was saying for Sato. So again, this and like the previous song by Omori no Take, they both have like that slight whine that I think you need to make an emotional line get across, but hers, they don't even compare to how Sato does her songs. This feels more intense. I don't know if it actually is. It might just be the drums and the way that she's singing. Interesting bridge. Like, it just kept the chorus vibes through it. Nice piano. There's also the squealing lead guitar, but it's all in the background, so you don't notice it as much. Oh, let's go organ! Let's go organ! Okay. a bit of a sudden ending. Not that it sounded bad, but I think that one could have ended on a more like a fade out ending. Um, yeah, really, really nice song, pleasant song. Just I guess I can't really say that it's like amazing and doing a lot of crazy cool things because it was mostly just like this is a pleasant J-pop song. And you know what? I like J-pop. I'm not some kind of music elitist where I place other types of music over others because I mean it sounds good, so why wouldn't I like it? I will say it's a little more simple than some of the other things that we have heard already, and more simple than I think the previous song was. But that's a little unfair to say because the previous one ended up being way more experimental than I was expecting it to. But yeah, this one I don't really have too many comments. It's just like a well arranged, well written. Nice. She had a nice way of singing the melody, and she had, I think, the standard correct amount of sort of whiny pleadingness to bring out the emotion of what she was trying to get across. And overall, just a really nice song. Uh, Again, not too many specifics I can point out that made it really stand out from the competition in this case, but good stuff. No complaints really. So let's leave it at that and move on to the next ending from spring of 2025, which is the ending for Arumajo ga shinu made, uh, Once Upon a Witch's Death. The ending by sorry, not by the ending Hanasaku Michi de by Teshima Aoi. That is a name I haven't heard in quite some time. She did the ending. I think she did the ending for Kotaro Lives Alone, which is the last time I saw her name in an anime. I think the first time I heard her sing an anime song was when she did some of the songs in from Up on Poppy Hill, the Ghibli movie. Uh, which like, whoa, what a throwback that is, because that's almost around the era of when I was getting into anime that came out. Uh, yeah, let's get to it. In three, two, one. Oh, I remember this. Oh, so good. Oh, super nice sound. I love that in both the opening and the ending for this show, they use these sort of sparkly sounds to like bring about the sense of magic. There we go. Holding that one chord for a little longer and then switching it. Oh, really nice arrangement. Does this one have drums in it? I can't remember. Ooh. Ooh, these chords. So dramatic, but so good. Oh, I love it. Really nice strings. Interesting to have the bass guitar in there as well. Not that it doesn't fit with this mix. A little bit of percussion with the cymbals there. And I love that they just are keeping these sparkly sounds going constantly throughout as well. The shaker in the back, the bell tree. Ooh! Key change. Ooh! Oh! Wow! So dramatic. I love it. Oh. Ooh, such a good song. This is the kind of song that I want to write. I'm not much for writing pop music. I've written some lyrics before, but never the songs themselves. But oh, and I love Teshima Aoi's voice. Like she's just so breathy, so sort of like almost nonchalant in the way that she sounds when she sings. And it's such a unique sound. Oh, and it fits the vibe of this song so well. it's interesting how well her voice fits in a lot of different types of music because I've heard her sing many different types, but it always seems to work. But it works especially well here. Like, oh, all the harp glisses going crazy. Oh, I love this. This is so good. Again, very interesting choice with the bass guitar. I don't think I would have made it a bass guitar, but it still works. And then we've got the cello there as well. Ooh, and a really nice transition. The drama of it all is way. I mean, it should be super fitting for the show, but the way the show was presented was just not this dramatic for most of it. So I think I like the music that came of the show way more than I like the actual show. But if it does get a season 2, I'll watch it specifically for the music. And I did like the story, even if it wasn't the presentation I liked. Hmm. Oh, really nice. And I feel like she hasn't really repeated much of the melody she's been singing. It's almost speaking, like melodic speaking, like she's doing poetry of some sort as opposed to singing a full-on musical melody. Ooh. Okay, wow. What do I say? Like way okay, yeah, the sound stopped. Okay, but oh, way more intense than I remembered it being. Like as soon as it started playing, I remembered, oh yeah, okay, this one is sort of like emotional and deep. But then hearing it here too with those slight key changes and the shifts in the sound and then just the way the strings were written and everything, like ooh, the combination of it all. I love this kind of music cuz this almost feels more like soundtrack music, like not an insert song necessarily, but something that you could see over like a montage sequence or something, or like an intense not intense in the idea the sense of like fighting or whatever, but a sort of emotionally intense moment in a show. I can picture this kind of song, and that's why I love this kind of music. It gives off soundtrack vibes more than like song vibes, if that makes sense, even though it is a song. But yeah, no, just so good. I loved every aspect of it, from like starting off with the simple piano that had all of its reverb mixed with all the sort of sparkly magic sounds that really fit the image that I've got here of the just the show. But yeah, you get all the little sparkles that were kind of constant throughout, and a lot of sort of sweeping pads that just sound like wind. So really good sound design for the track, and just like really nice production. Uh, Fairly simple composition, despite the fact that it was changing like keys and things like that. Fairly simple overall, but like really well written. So I think yeah, right now that might be winning my top pick for completely biased reasons. I think anyone else could argue against, not against it, but for a different song. But for me personally, this one is like really taking it. But we're still not even halfway through the spring ending, so let's move on to the next one, which is the ending for part 1 of Uma Musume Cinderella Gray. Why are you not updating? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so the ending for Cinderella Gray part 1, which is, what is the name of it again? Where is that? Which is Infinity by Oguri Cap, uh, the horse girl, and her voice actress Takayanagi Tomoyo. Um, this one is the first on my list of ones that I had as an on the fence pick. So when I was doing the the old videos that I used to do where I'd review the seasonal songs of each season. Uh, I used to have I do all the top picks in the actual thing, and then at the very end, I would do honorable mentions as well. And so, whenever I was on the fence, before I would start the video, I would always decide, okay, is this song worthy of being a top pick, or should I just put it in the honorable mentions, and then say why it was not in my top picks. So this one, what I have written, I just have a short note. Cool visuals, song is all right. Um, from what I remember off the top of my head from how this song sounds, that seems to check out, but we'll see. Anyway, so let's get to it and we'll see if it deserves a spot in the top picks or the honorable mentions. So, we're going to start it in 3, 2, 1. Na 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 na. I think that's a really good hook, though. Ooh, nice guitars and a really nice way to transition from the intro into the verse. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. But I'm liking all the background bits. There's a guitar doing some... Ooh, not the chord I thought it was going to go to. Nice build-in. Simple, but nice. Really nice melody for the chorus, though, and I love that they use that as the hook as well. Nice harmony there as well, having the layering with her voice. I do love this guitar bit that's just like constantly going like that throughout the whole thing. It gives it the sort of infinity feeling. Because it seems like there's always a layer. Right now it's yeah, there's like a sequencer. Like it's pretty quiet, but there's a sequencer that's doing it now. And there's nothing here because they want to go for that calm vibe. They did it for the first verse too, where here there's nothing. But they could easily add in something. Ooh, that's a nice synth sound too. And there we go, there's the guitar with it again. Ooh, a nice calm, slow build into the chorus. Oh, we're gonna keep it calm too. Okay, a little bit different from the first build into the chorus. I really like the harmonies they went for with the voice layering. And then having the echo as well. I like that it also, like, the way they've recorded it, too, with the amount of reverb and the things that they decide to, put echo on. It's really nice. It gives it this sort of floaty sense that, like we're, like, suspended in some kind of, like, floaty space as the song is playing. Go off, guitar. Go off, guitarist. Odd ending. I don't know that I would have personally made the choice to have her to cut out everything and just have her do a little like in almost like a bluesy, like a sudden bluesy vocable at the end with no other instruments to support that never came up in the rest of the song. Odd choice. It didn't sound bad. It just was a little bit weird. But yeah, no. Overall, a pleasant song. Um, I think that one would probably fall into an honorable mention because as nice and good of a song as it was, I think it was kind of just a standard J-pop song that sounds good. There's nothing wrong with it, and there were elements to it that I liked a lot, but I can't say anything was super standout about the song itself. And like that's fine. Like not every song is going to be a standout amazing thing, right? I do really like the way that they used things like the reverb and the echo, as I was saying, to put us in that sort of floaty space, and then also the way that the guitars and sometimes the synth were making the that sort of constant that sort of sequencing sound that for me at least kind of gives it the sense of infinity, as it were. And then when we're in the floaty space, that's sort of like, it's got a nostalgic vibe, so it's like we're in the past, uh like in a floaty space, being able to see multiple different times, like the past, and then she's obviously trying to move towards the future. um and then the vocals were also not her going all out belting or anything, so it felt very like reminiscent, I guess is the word that I'm looking for. So overall a nice song, just not one that I think is really like a top peak song of the season. So yeah, but still good stuff all around. uh and with that said, let us move on to the next ending from spring of 25, which was the ending for Rock wa Lady no Tashinami deshite. Um, Rock is a lady's something. I forget the English title. A lady's soul or something. Like I that's not what it means in Japanese, but I forget what they called it in English. So yeah, and the ending is Yume Janai na Yume Janai Nara Nan Nano Sa by Little Glee Monster. Always a fantastic group. One of the only, if not the only, idol group that. I mean, do they count as an idol group? I guess I've always called them an idol group, but let's just say the only idol group that utilizes harmony beyond like two layers. Like they actually do some pretty cool harmony stuff. That was a terrible ungrammatical sentence. They do some cool harmonics, or not harmonics, harmonies. Wow, I can't speak, and I'm awake. I'm just sick. Okay, so let's get on with it. And we're gonna start the song in three, two, one. Ooh, that surprised me. I kind of forgot that it came in so not heavy, but like bam. After that, super quiet beginning. Mm. Oh, I love the growl in her voice. I also, Little Glee Monster are so good. Such good singers, and I love the way that they harmonize. And the way that they come in and out with each other. Oh, it's so good. Ooh. Going way too hard for this. Very simple arrangement, but like the focus is all on their voices, and it really should be. Really like big crowd sound for the clapping as well. I guess it's not clapping. It's a snare, but it almost sounds like clapping. Interesting choice for the hi-hat though. Because they're going for a rock vibe, but they're using like a trap hi-hat. Dude. Mm. Oh, their voices, it works in a completely, obviously a very completely different way from Teshima Aoi's voice. Their voices work in so many different genres as well. Like, uh, they did a cover of the what's the Jungle Book song? Not uh, like Be Like Me or something. I forget what it's called. It's the one that King Louis sings, but oh, that one sounds so good. Like they did a cover of it, and that's like my favorite song by them, and it's not even their song, it's just a cover. But that jazzy swing style works so well with their voices. Woo! Na 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 da, da na 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 na. I don't know if they write their own music or how much of their own music they write, but just whoever wrote this one, the way that they have their voices coming in and like flowing with each other is so good. I'm assuming they must know how to harmonize on their own without needing someone to write that for them, though. But they're always just so full textured because of that. Okay, a bit of like a slightly more sudden ending than I was expecting, but oh, what a good song. So good. Damn. That's gonna that's gonna make picking the top one from this season really hard because oh, Little Glee versus Teshima Aoi, amazing for two different, very different reasons, but almost opposite reasons because Teshima Aoi, her vocals, like she wasn't doing anything particularly special with her vocals, although her never, almost never repeating the melody throughout the entire thing was that was a cool way of showing off, I guess, the way that that song was flowing. But really just having an incredible arrangement with her backing ensemble. I can't even say like her backing band because it was mostly classical instruments. Versus this one where it's the opposite, where it was very simple arrangements for the band in the back, like having the very reverberant snare, probably mixed with a clap sound effect, because it did really sound like clapping, but like and like a stomp kick bass instead of like the actual kick bass, which it was there, but you know, it sounded almost like it was just them in a, you know, in a room doing like a boom bop with our stomps and claps. Uh and then, you know, having some simple elements like some simple guitar doing that do 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 do. Uh and the weird trap hi-hat, which that was a choice. But no, like the focus there was not on their backing band, it was on them, their voices. And like obviously if you're familiar with Little Glee Monster, it's always the focus to listen to their voices because ooh, such good singers, always so good, super great harmonies, super amazing ways of just like having them flow in and out of each other's lines. And so we get sometimes, not in this song specifically, but we do get a lot of like amazing polyphonies out of them as well, so you'll have multiple melodies going at once. And yeah, no, it just, oh, it sounded so good, so great. And I don't think I've heard a Little Glee Monster in an anime in quite a while. Off the top of my head, um the one that comes to mind is what, it was one of the Hiroaka endings. I can't remember which season. It was quite a while ago, and I put it in one of my videos, seasonal videos. Uh, they've definitely done stuff since then, but yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head. But no, just oh, so good all around, and not only like the way that the melodies and polyphonies and harmonies were all written, but the way that their voices sound too. They always, all of them have just like a really great control over the amount of growl they want to put in. And like you could hear it in some of the lines here, mostly at the ends of their lines, but also like I was saying, when they did that the Jungle Book song cover, um the amount of growl in that one is like, ooh, let's battle Christina Aguilera, because it's ooh, so good. So yeah, nothing but good things to say about that. That is definitely battling for first place, for the spring endings at least. So, on that note, let's move on to the next ending, which is from Hibi wa Sugiredo Meshu Mashi. Food for the Soul. Again, my dark horse for that season, in terms of show. The song Misoshiru to Butter. Misoshiru to Butter. Miso soup and butter in English. Yeah. Miso soup and butter. I actually knew about this song. So this song came out before the show did. I don't know if Ushio Ueda, which I forgot to mention the name of the singer, but yes, Ushio Ueda. I don't know if she wrote the song or like her team wrote the song for this show, and then it just happened to get a release that was way before the show came out, or if she wrote it and then the team that made the show decided that they liked the song and they wanted to use it for their show. Either way, fitting vibe. I mean, it's a cute girls doing cute things show, so any vibe kind of goes. And yeah, so I knew about this song like way before the show came out. And so I had heard the full version of it before, but the amount of hype that I had for it when it played in episode 2 or 3 for the first time was just insane, because I was like, oh, I know this song, I love this song. It had become one of my favorite songs of the time already, and I still listen to it quite a lot. And so I just thought it was really funny that I had found the song, and it was not an Annie song at the time, but then it became one, and now it's just, I don't know, it's great. So I'm gonna take a drink and then let's get started. Okay, so here we go in 3, 2, 1. Sax. Hey. I think the mix for this is so good. It's so fun. I love the swingy vibe of it too. It's almost jazzy. I guess it's more just like swing. That's a nice chord. So there's like a lot of like swing jazz inspired elements in this song that is ultimately just a pop song, but just really fun and really nice. I think this was the first song I heard by her too, but now she's doing a lot of anime songs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, such a good vibe. So feel good. And very fitting for the show in terms of like the sound of it, but also just it's a food show. Very cool. Like whoever arranged this knew how to make it like give off some like cool jazz vibes as well, because like it's not jazz. Again, it's not like a jazz song. It's a pop song with a lot of jazz elements to it. But like knowing when to cut in and cut out and which instruments to use in those cut-ins and cutouts, just like amazing, really well written. And then a cash register. And the slight extension on that line. And there's some nice voice layering in this as well. What I like about this hook too is that it's not super dissimilar from what she's singing. So even though it's not the same, it's like they're still utilizing the hook in parts of the song that are not just your standard Japanese post-chorus or pre-chorus, you know? Oh, not yet. I was too early with it when the beat comes back in, but I do love it when it shifts from this slower part to when the beat comes in. And the talking bit there, oh, so good. Really nice walking bass line too. So well arranged and so well composed. And then we get this hip hop ending, which I also love, even though it changes the vibe so much. Boom, boom, get so I'm a little bit biased on that song because I found it way before the show came out, and so I became familiar with it way before the show came out. And so the changing parts, like I knew when they were all coming, because of that, especially like that very, very end where suddenly we've gone from swing to, okay, now it's hip hop time for her to just like la 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 la. But we get like a really simple like boom bop hip hop beat with a little bit of scratching, even if I'm remembering correctly. I wasn't paying enough attention right there, but I feel like there's a little bit of scratching at the end where they're doing scratching, and you've got the boom bop beep, boom bop beep, boom bop beat, and she's just she's not even singing any words. She's just going na 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 na, and then the very last thing where she just it kind of cuts everything out for her to just go da with the guitar, which is the onomatopoeic word that Japanese people use when they're talking about like guitar sounds. So it's kind of funny just to have her say the same chord that gets played at the end, just da. But yeah, no, like one of my favorite songs of the year. I think this was also in my my music wrapped listening thing, just because like such a good song, and again because I found it way before the show came out. I was listening to it a lot way before the show came out. Uh, it might have even been from 2024 that I started listening to it because this is still spring. So I feel like I heard it like quite a while before the show came out. Either way, just like all around great stuff. Like I feel like it's hard for me to think of specifics now that I've stopped hearing it. And because I already know it so well that which is kind of not what you would expect for for me to say if I do know the song this well, but yeah, I don't know, I just love the vibe of it. I love the swing feel, the jazz, uh the use of like the sax and like the again the shift suddenly to hip hop at the end I think is funny, but it also works really well, even though it never shows up in any of the rest of the parts of the song. It's always just swing vibes or like just chill. I guess they do some like slower parts where it's like sort of boom bop clapping, but it's not, you can still feel the swing feel to it, I guess because she's still singing the melody, which has that swing vibe to it. Whereas at the end it's just straight singing singing vocables with the boom bop sort of beat. But yeah, anyway, I don't want to go on for that one too long, but that is also a contender. Um, why do we keep getting these Twitch bots? Get out of here. Let me get rid of you. Ban? Timeout? Let's timeout. Okay, sounds good. A timeout, not a ban, even though it is a bot. Maybe when I'm more familiar with Twitch, I can start doing more. Oh, why are you still here, though? What are you doing? Well, I'll add you to the block list here. And hopefully it gets out from my chat thing. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, back to what I was saying though. Okay, so last for the spring endings and opening, or not and openings, just the endings. Last for the spring endings, we have the ending for Mono, which is Weekend Roll by Haruka, or as she has romanized her name, Halka. Yeah, that's a thing in Japan. So let's just get it started in three, two, one. Ooh, nice thick bass. Interesting melody line there. Going minor while everything else was still very, very major. I love a good organ line. Hmm. Hey. She's got a few voices doing some layering. I think there's a male voice in there. Yeah, there's definitely one, at least one male voice mixed in with her layering. Ooh, okay, now it's got more of a choir effect. Na, 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 na. Ooh, I love these little, like, these slightly more minor things, and then having the bass go down chromatically in that section. And then you get the difference between the chromatic descent and the diatonic descent in the bass. Ooh, bassist, go off. Mmm. It almost sounds like she's loosened up a little more for this second verse as well. I mean, like, that wouldn't be the case in a studio recording, but it's just the vibe that it's giving off. I don't have any strong feelings about the verse melody, but the chorus melody is really nice. With this hook is really nice. Oh, she said the thing. Ooh. That was a nice transition to have it just kind of like turn up the echo and the reverb to like put it in the back as they faded out her voice. Ooh, keeping the subdued chorus going. Nice. Really nice transition back into the full chorus. Oh, I love that. The insertions of these minor chords is really, really nice. Like that. Oh, so, so nice. Ooh, and then a slight, ooh, more, ooh, very, very dark sounding there. And then we get the diatonic version, which is, oh, just... Okay, it probably could have had a longer fade out at the end. It just kind of cut off, but that's the decision of the producer, engineer, or whatever. But yeah, no, a lot more interesting stuff in that than I remembered there being, because I thought it was just kind of when it starts out, it's just kind of the guitar and the claps doing the and I thought it was gonna kind of keep that vibe. Obviously, you know, get a little bigger for the chorus and stuff, but damn, no, I didn't realize like they had a really cool bass line going throughout that. They had a lot of like really interesting not I wouldn't even call them well, I guess in the chorus they were chord progressions, but even some of the melody lines that she was singing in the verse, like the very first line she sings, she goes to this. She goes for a minor, so like I guess it probably would have been like a flattened note. I can't remember exactly how it went, but the arrangement didn't follow her. It just kept doing the major thing. So you have this dissonance between the major sound of that chord with her minor melody, but then it doesn't detract from it, and then it goes on, and then you hear her sing a similar line but with the major one so that it fits in well with the arrangement, and just like really interesting ways to contrast these different sounds. And then obviously in the chorus you're going, it's quite bright, it's quite major, and then suddenly they'll insert one minor chord, and it's like, oh, okay, that's different. And then when it comes back to loop around to the start of the chorus, where they do like the same, what should usually, not should, would usually be the same set of chords, just maybe slightly altered. It comes back, but it does it minor, and then the there were actually like a lot of changes in that I wasn't expecting. So really, really interesting for what is basically just a nice, pleasant sounding J-pop song. There was a lot going on for it, so that was way better than I expected it to be. Actually, overall, like not. I'd say the overall song as a whole wasn't like the most interesting sounding. Uh, it sounds like it's something that I guess J-pop writers do a lot, where they at least for Annie songs. I don't know how often it comes up for just regular J-pop songs because I'm not listening to them that deeply most of the time. But at least when I hear them in Annie songs, there's a lot of experimentation that they've masked in a way that won't make it stand out, even to people who are sort of tuned into that sort of thing. So obviously, like for me, I would say I'm more tuned into these kinds of complex techniques and things that the composers and arrangers and whatnot are trying to do with these songs to make them a little more interesting than just a standard like four chord progression. But yeah, no, this one did so much more than I was expecting, and the overall end result still just has it coming out sounding like a pleasant J-pop song if you're not paying attention to that. So I think that was really, really interesting. But I think because it comes out sounding so like standard J-poppy, that I don't want to say it's like a detraction from how good of a song it is, because it is a good, like a really good song. But I think because it doesn't have the same levels of intrigue that some of the other ones do, I don't think this is my top pick for the spring season. Uh, but definitely up there, probably like a second or third, maybe not a second, like a third place type of song, and definitely high up in the ranks of the overall year's songs. So that was the last one for spring though. So what was my favorite from spring? Let me see. So I think right now my biggest competitors are uh the Little Glee Monster song from Rock Lady no Tashinami Deshite, and the Teshima Aoi song from Arumajo ga Shinu Made. As much as I love Miso Shiru to Bata by Ushi I think that is like it's an amazing song, great song, but I don't think that it is like the top song of the season in my personal like taste list. Way up there, but I think, oh, between Little Glee Monster and Teshima Aoi, that's a tough choice because they have again, like I was saying before, opposite reasons for me feeling so strongly about the songs themselves. So yeah, that's tough. Which one do I value more? I might have to do the same thing that I did for the first batch of songs, where I pick a first place and then have that one, the other one, be highlighted. I think for this Haruka song, I'm gonna give it a different highlight color though. I know you guys can't see any of this, but I'm gonna give it a blue highlight because it's worth mentioning how interesting that was really. Um, oh, Rockaway. Ah, I keep thinking I've made a decision, and then I think about the other one more. I'm like, ooh, okay. Yeah, I think very, very slightly taking the lead. We're gonna go with the Teshima Aoi song, Hanasaku Michide from Arumajo. Um, Once Upon a Witch's Death's ending, and then we're gonna give second place to the little Glee Monster song, Yume Janai Nara Nan Nano Sa from Rock is a Lady's something. Because yeah, it's very very close though between those two. So yeah, that is the end of the spring season. So let me write that in again. Hanasaku Michide. Hanasaku Michide. Let me just get that typed in so I don't forget later. Hanasaku Michide. Hanasaku Michide. From Arumajo ga shinu made. I'm just writing it in Japanese or in Romaji, I guess. For later, it'll show up on screen in a bit. But yeah, so that is the end of the spring show endings. I feel like we're making good time. Oh, we're probably making about the same amount of time that we were yesterday. So, yes, that is the end of the spring endings. So now we are going to move on to the summer endings from 2025, of which I have so many, too many, to be honest. Let me count these. How many are there actually? Because I feel like this is gonna take a while. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. Okay, so that's more than I think that's the biggest list of all of the seasons, even including the opening ones. Because summer from the openings was 17, so one more than that. Uh, which, in fairness, one of these songs is not an ending; it's an insert song from one specific episode of a show. But I mean, because there were more openings than endings, I felt like it made more sense just to put it in this list. And I think it also was the ending for that specific episode. So, oh wait, no, I think it's just an insert because there's a different episode specific ending that shows up right before it. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna have to make some more tea in a bit. So, let us get on to the next ending. First for the summer 2025 endings, we are going to be listening to the second ending for Witch Watch, which is Tsukito Watashi no Kakurenbo by Yutori, which means hide and seek with the moon, with me and the moon. Do I remember this actually? I don't think so. I vaguely remember the animation for it, but oh well. It has been about another hour, and we are on to another season. So I'll just quickly go explain this again to anyone who might be popping in. I don't think there's anyone new in the chat, but just in case you are coming in now, because obviously all of these songs that we're listening today are copyrighted. I can't actually play the music through the stream itself. I will just have to be. I'm listening to it through my speakers, so whatever you hear on stream is just getting picked up by the mic. I could have put on headphones, but I just brought these speakers back from my parents in Canada, and I haven't listened through nice, decent speakers in I don't even know how long now. So I've really been enjoying listening to music through speakers as opposed to just my headphones. Yeah. So any of the music that gets picked up by the mic is what you're going to hear through stream. If you want to follow along, which I would recommend because that's going to be better than just watching me kind of like bop along like this or make comments to nothing because it does mute the sound. It mutes the quieter sounds and only picks up my voice when I'm saying things. So if you want to follow along, if you're watching on YouTube, there are links in the description to the YouTube music playlist as well as the Spotify playlist. Again, today I would recommend using the YouTube music playlist, if only because the Spotify playlist is missing one song that doesn't come up until the fall season, but still, I think it's just easier to follow along if you plan on being here for the next while in stream. If not, then, whatever. I will also be very, very clear when I get to that ending theme, that this is the one that does not exist in Spotify. So for that, but until we get there, I think it's, you can use either one. But again, just for sake of ease, I would recommend the YouTube music playlist over the Spotify one. But yeah, so if you're if you're watching from YouTube, it's in the description down below. If you are watching from Twitch, then the Twitch, I put it in the Twitch comments, so you can see it just in the chat box here. The links to both of them are right there. You can click on either one. And then I think that's it. Yeah. I guess, yeah, you don't really need the comment here in the YouTube chat, so that's all good. Yeah, let's just get to it. So let's get to the second ending for Witch Watch, and I will always count this in so that you can kind of get yourself set up, and then hopefully sort of synchronize with my comments and everything that I'm saying as we move on to each song. So let's get it started in 3, 2, 1. No. Kind of a sudden start. It feels like it just jumps right into almost like what seems like the middle of the verse. I guess it's just the sound of the verse, but interesting choice to not have like a intro. Whoa, her voice. Her voice quality changes so much from the low. Whoa. She sounds like a completely different singer when she's going in this higher voice register. Nice build in there. Having things slowly dip out before we just cut back in. Na 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 na. Ooh, I like this halftime beat. Nice. Very, very nice. Some R&B inspired vocals. I don't think that's the most effective hook. Not the best hook, but like, sure, whatever, it works fine. It is a bit of a weak transition hook, though. Very simple arrangement. Oh, walking bass. Oh, okay. Getting a vocal-less chorus. Interesting choice. And are they going to come in with the chorus or the bridge? Bridge, I guess, but with the chorus chords. Very interesting sound. Interesting way of doing this. Oh, keeps rising. No, now we're descending back down. Wow, the bassist is having fun, dude. Fun rhythms there, little stabs. Oh, subdued, understated chorus. Yep. I kind of wish that she had gone back down to her low register, because the contrast in her voice between her low register and her high register is crazy. Like, it just sounds like a completely different person. Mm. Na, 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 na. There's a slight like rhythmic shift that happens right when she says the name of the song. Mm. And you really hear it obviously when the arrangement follows her, but like when the band didn't follow her, you could still feel that shift. And that was really interesting. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, kind of a weak hook. Not gonna lie, that hook is not very good. Just the dun dun dun, and then da 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 da, and then just starting it. It's like, yeah, you could have done a little more, but it's still fine. But other than that, I think like again, I think I can't get over the fact that her voice sounds so different in the low register and the high register. Like she just, it sounded like a different singer completely, and I don't think I've come across that before where a voice changes so significantly that I wouldn't recognize it from the one to the next. Now, maybe I just wasn't um expecting how much it would change. So maybe if I were to listen to it again and hear the lower register, it would still kind of sound similar enough that I could think, okay, like yeah, it's clearly the same person. But man, on that listen at least, it was not at all what I was expecting out of her vocal tone and the quality of her voice just completely flipping like that. But yeah, very good singing. Definitely heard a little bit of R&B inspiration in her singing. Just with some of the melismas that were going on. The that was a terrible way of explaining what a melisma is. It's sort of like I guess it's just the walking around, the moving around with a note when you're just sort of like holding one instead of just holding the single note, doing whoa, doing that kind of thing. But yeah, no, I think that was really cool. I really like the way that they what's the word? The Even though the arrangement itself was quite simple. Come on, focus. There we go. Oh no, focus. Okay. Yeah, even though it was quite simple, having like the bass, it was almost like they gave the bass the freedom to just kind of like do their own thing. It was like, okay, here's the chord progression, hit these, but then you can do whatever you want because it sounded like he was having, or he or she was having a lot of fun just at times doing a walking bass and then also doing it like a dunga 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 dunga, and yeah, no, honestly, like if I were the bassist, if I could play bass, if I were the bassist for this and they just said that, like, yeah, it sounded like they were having a lot of fun with it. So I really thought that was good. There was a lot of like good arrangement things, the way that they would instead of just like building up, cutting out, and then hitting the chorus, they actually like slowly built out to the silence that would lead to just her voice right before cutting back in for the chorus. I think that was good. I think the shift um, between her singing the main parts of the chorus, like the da na 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 na, singing that part, and then shifting to the part where she says the line "Skito watashi no kakurenbo." I'm forgetting how it actually goes, but like the way that it shifts, even when like in the last chorus where it didn't have the band set up shifting with her for the first time she said it, you could still feel it, and I'm not entirely sure what that was, but it was a really cool uh oral audio sensation, I guess, sonic sensation. So yeah, just really, really interesting. Despite the fact that overall it does again also just kind of give up basic J-pop vibes. Okay, and so now we're going to shift to an entirely different style of music, just completely different. Uh, Next up, from summer 2025, we have the ending for Lord of Mysteries. Uh, which is, where's the title? Dark Dream by Curly Gao. And I will not try and say the Chinese name because I don't speak Chinese. And even if I did, my family speaks Cantonese. Not that anyone in my immediate family does anymore. Well, not anymore, but they don't. So, uh, yeah. Uh, I will not try and say the Chinese name for this because it's in Mandarin. And random note, I did not like this show. I thought it was boring and confusing and just didn't really make any sense. I can see why maybe if you read the web novel or the webtoon, sorry, that you would enjoy it, but it didn't make any sense while I was watching it. It just looked pretty, and that was about it. So anyway, let's get to this. The first and I think only Chinese song that's in English, so does it count as a Chinese song? Uh, on this list. So this is yeah. Let's just get to it. So in three, two, one. Moonlight Sonata vibes. Really low voice for a female vocalist. I know that the bass hits really hard when we get to that drop. Not yet. I like this really gradual rise in the feeling of the song too. Her starting very, very low, and then she's gonna get much higher later on. She also has just like such a powerful voice. I think probably stemming from the fact that she can hit this low. Mm. Na, 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 na. And I like the slowly adding of layers as we're getting higher too. As things get higher, we add in lower layers to supplement. Okay, that bass, that kick didn't actually hit as intensely as I thought it was going to. I don't know the words. Fade away. And then this is the part that we actually hear. So interesting. I don't know if this is common in Chinese shows, but like having the actual part we hear be later in the song. Na, 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 na. Oh, so good. Just having all these layers come in. It's like war song almost. In my name. And I love that all the layers that have come in. It's been like each layer has been kind of constant, so we have all these different sounds, but they've been there the entire time. Like the piano is still doing the same like that same run. Fade away, fade away. And then the piano just like it keeps going all the way to the end with this same line. But really, really nice production on that. And that's a nice way to cut it out. Have it like do the reversed piano sound. Just a really nice way to cut it off without just, like cutting it off normally. And yeah, I mean, I I think this is the first donghua I've watched, and I will say again, it looked really pretty, but it did not convince me that the story or anything was very good because they did not explain anything in a manner conducive to someone who's not already familiar with the story, such as myself. Um, but yeah, the music though, very good. Specifically, this ending song, just like not at all the kind of thing that you would hear in like 99% of anime, I would argue. Like, not just because of the fact that it was in English, that's whatever, but like the style of the music is uh, crazy. Like, it almost, I don't know how to describe it. It's pop, but it's like in a very heavy cinematic vibe of pop that you would hear more in like a Hollywood movie, I feel. So capturing just an entirely different vibe of pop music that I can't off the top of my head think of anything that I've heard that's in a even a similar vein to this in Japanese anime. But yeah, no, cool stuff from that. I do want to see watch a few more donghua. I haven't really delved into that world at all except for this show, which did not convince me it was worth delving into. But there are some things that I've heard good things about. Link Click to Be Hero X. Um, I forget. I think there were a couple other ones that I wanted to check out as well. But those two definitely are ones that I want to see. And then yeah, just really cool stuff. I don't have a ton of specifics that I didn't say while the song was playing. The way that they layered was very good. Like I was saying, having each layer come in quite low, including her voice, like all starting very low and then gradually rising up. And then as they get into that sort of like mid range, having a new low layer come in with they had the low strings coming in to support after her voice and the piano started getting pretty high, and then adding in like the kick and things like that just to fill it out. And then when the chorus finally hits, we just have this full ensemble of instruments that just like make it sound almost orchestral. I don't think this was like a full orchestra or anything, but it had that sort of explosive worldly not worldly explosive full feeling to it. So I thought that was really well done. So with that said, let us move on. Actually, I think I'm gonna make myself some more tea because this is basically out. Yeah, this is basically finished. So give me a second. If you guys have any thoughts on the songs that have played so far, let me know. I know that it's not on screen right now. My top picks have been for each season. Maybe I'll just put that on screen so far. The ones so far. Let me just erase what I wrote for the opening ones. Okay. Okay, so here's what we have so far for the top songs of the for winter and spring of 2025. Oh, come on now. Okay, so yes, these are the top songs that we've gotten so far, and I will be back soon. So if you have any thoughts or if you have any suggestions for songs you think that I thus far have missed, because we're still only just starting the summer season, feel free to type it in chat, let me know. I'm just gonna go make some more tea, and I'll be back once that's ready, so hang tight while I get that done. while that's being made, I guess I don't want it to boil over. I don't have a proper kettle, I just have a pot. So you know what? I'm gonna type in chat here. Burb making tea. Actually, why would I say it in chat? There's no reason to say it in chat. I'll just make a new text layer. Text. Burb making tea. Whoa, why is that so giant? We do not need you to be that size. That looks bad. That looks slightly better. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll be back, and now you know why. Okay, we're back. Oh, that's really hot. Okay, let me just delete this now. We don't need it anymore. So, where were we? Okay, so we just finished listening to Dark Dream from Lord of Mysteries. So the next ending that we are going to listen to from summer of 2025 is the first ending from Watari-kun no Nani Nani ga Houkai Sunzen, Ai by Pedro. Um, this is another show that, sorry, another song that I have in my on the fence list, probably because I only watched the first 2 episodes of this show. I can't even remember. I thought it was really boring. So, but clearly the song was somewhat interesting. So let's just see how it goes and see if it deserves to be the in the top picks or if it's just an honorable mention. Also, because I didn't care enough to listen to the second ending, I have no idea if that one's any better. Or if it's actually worth being in the list. So if maybe if you guys watched the show or at least heard the second ending, let me know if it deserves to be here because I genuinely have no idea. So let's get to it in 3, 2, 1. Nice guitar line. Also not the what I thought the person was gonna sound like based on the name Pedro, but okay. I feel like I've heard this melody before. I don't know if she has the voice, a strong enough voice to carry this without a lot of the arrangement that is in it. But I love the beat for this part. Ooh, okay. Nice effect on her voice there, the chorus effect. It's a fun song. But again, I still kind of stand by thinking she doesn't have the power in her voice to carry this without this intense arrangement behind her. Though I could imagine her voice in like a more ballady type of situation. It does sound really good when they put effects on her voice as well, like this slight distortion and chorus effect. Again, interesting. I don't think it's repeated anything thus far in the melody. But I really like the sound of this guitar. And they're really good. The cleanliness of these drums is really be able to push along the feeling of the music. Oh, key change for the final chorus. I think that's the first time we've heard that, for the endings at least. So what was once a staple of all J-pop music has only come up once so far. Really nice guitar line though. I wouldn't necessarily call it a hook because I can't. It's not really a hook. And if it's supposed to be a hook, it's not a very good hook. It's just a nice guitar sound. Yeah, okay, that definitely would be an honorable mention over being an actual top pick song. I don't think it was bad. I do have my gripes with it, but they are quite minor. Like what I was saying about her voice, I don't think she's a bad singer. I just don't think in this arrangement that she had enough power behind her voice to really carry it, which is why I wasn't trying to be insulting when I said that it sounded better when it had the effects on her voice. I just think that when the effects were on her voice, it helped her keep up with the energy levels of what the rest of the band was doing. So either way, not a bad song, just not a top pick. Definitely more of an honorable mention. So I'll leave it short and sweet at that with that song. Again, if you guys watched the ending or the second ending, sorry, for this show, and think that the song is better or if it's worth being in this list, let me know because again, I didn't bother going out of my way to listen to the second ending. But for now, let's move on to the next ending, which is the ending from Ame to Kimi to, Filled by Sugawara K. Um, I think I remember how this one goes, and I really like it. It's like lo-fi vibes. So yeah, let's get to it. I'll count us in 3, 2, 1. Mm. I love that old radio effect at the beginning. Mm. Woo! Again, a nice organ line in the background. Love a good organ line. Really nice, just easy listening. Just sit back and chill. This whole show and all the music in it was just such a vibe, so chill, so good. The opening too. I mean, we listened to it yesterday, but man. Some nice jazzy chords in the piano there too. Very slight cutout of everything right before the ending on that last beat. But kind of what I think it needed. Oh, and she's got that same slight whine that I really loved from Sato. She didn't hit it that time, but the first time around, oh, it sounds so good for getting that emotion across. And this isn't even a particularly emotional song, but it adds that layer that I absolutely love. Ooh. Kind of ragtime vibes almost from those staccato piano hits. Oh, it's not lo-fi music, but it has that vibe, and it's so relaxing. There are quite a few layers going on here. They're mostly like playing in tandem with each other, but like very nice sounds. Ooh. Okay. Not the key change I was expecting. Maybe a little bit off from what I would do personally. A little bit too sudden, but it doesn't sound bad. It's just not at all the same as what we were hearing before this. And now we've got a key change for the final chorus as well. But I think it's more in line with what the bridge just did. Yeah. Gosh, she never really hit that whiny sound again. I kind of wish she would have hit it one more time, maybe in that last chorus. And now we're getting a fun little solo here at the end. In whatever this instrument is supposed to be. Some kind of weird plucked keyboard sound. Ooh, that guitar though. Ooh, the vibe of it. And then having the static. Oh, I love the effects. Having the static and the guitar bookend the piece. Just, ooh, Vibes for days, man. That is such a good song. So easy to relax to, just sit back and chill out. And same with the opening too, but just for very different reasons, because that one's a little more upbeat and samba-y, whereas this one was just lo-fi, just sit back, chill, and like let it play on a rainy day. But yeah, just such good stuff. She's a great singer too. She didn't do too much in this song specifically. I don't think I know Sugawara K. I feel like this isn't the first time I've heard her name, but I can't think of any other songs. I'd have to check my music library to see if I've liked anything else by her. I wouldn't be surprised either way, but yeah, no, just like really, really good stuff all around there. And yeah, I think I said everything that I wanted to while it was playing. There was some cool jazz piano chords mixed in there every now and then. A nice uh, organ supporting kind of pad like sequence, but I love a good organ, and giving those rainy day vibes with the static and the sort of the filter on her voice for that old timey radio sound in the very beginning. Just vibes for days. So let's leave it at that and get on to the next ending from Summer, which is the ending for Kaoru Hana wa Rinto Saku. The fragrant flower blooms with dignity. Weird name for the English, but I guess it's a pun, almost not a pun. It's a name pun for the characters in Japanese. So they had to do something for the English. But it is Hare no Hini by Ushio Reida. So that is the second time that she is coming up in the endings specifically. I don't think there are any more with her. No, there aren't. But yeah, there are quite a few artists that come up multiple times. Tomo is also gonna come up next, actually, and she came up for the earlier in the stream. So let's get to this next one from Kaoru Hana wa Rinto Saku in 3, 2, 1. And more so than butter and miso shiru to butter, just really showing off her vocal chops in this one. I don't think this one gets too intense. Oh yeah, no, it's still pretty chill. Drums that could have made it more intense that I don't think it needed to, and I'm kind of glad it's keeping it at this level. But nice strings mixed in with that, and then now it's just pretty straightforward, ballady, rock ballad, pop rock ballad vibes here. I thought I heard a piano earlier, but I don't know. Nice. I think they could have done a little more like stabby things for those lines. Yeah, like they're doing here. Nice cutout. I'm a little more familiar with this song than some of the others, so I do remember parts where things have cut in and out. I do like that too, that and yeah, there's a piano here. I guess it only comes in the chorus. Interesting. Almost hip-hop vibe, hip-hop beat vibe here. She does love a little bit of hip-hop in her songs. Yeah, they're doing definitely more of the stab vibes on those bits. Ride. It's a very catchy melody. I don't think it's like insanely strong. It doesn't have like the hook that a lot of other ones have had so far, but a really nice melody for the chorus. Now bridge. Interesting keyboard things going on here. Almost like a whistly sound in the keyboard. And an accordion? Let's go. Interesting. And then, do we get a super understated, subdued chorus? I think. After this instrumental section. Kind of a straightforward bass part. Not that that's bad, but compared to some of the other things we've heard. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Ooh. You will always get me with a nice subdued chorus. Hey. Na, na, sigh. Yeah, a really nicely written chorus. Again, not the strongest hook, but I think it's even, like, weirdly enough, I don't think it's that strong of a hook, but it's super catchy. Just the repetitions, and then it almost seems to, like, when it does the first two, da 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 da, and then the parts that come after that are almost like, they're almost the same thing, just faster. Ooh, woo! Nice little string thing at the end, and I do, oh, they let it, they gave it time to fade out. That's nice. That was really nice at the end there. Yeah, no, trying to explain what I meant by that chorus hook, because the hook itself, I think, is, like, quite simple and not super strong, but I think listening to it over and over again, it gets stronger, which makes me think it's not amazing as a hook because that's supposed to get you right away, but it is a really, really nice chorus melody that na na Maya by my side na 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 na, and those parts are like, that's kind of like a repetition of itself, but then the parts after still sound similar enough that it's clearly not a repetition. Na 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 na. That sort of that jump up and down that it does in the earlier parts, just going faster. So na 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 na. Yeah, it's I think it's really catchy, and, like, I've never really thought about it on that level before. I have heard this full version of the song before, but I guess I hadn't thought too deeply on the actual chorus melody or anything. Like, I just thought, oh, this sounds nice, but now listening to it like this, just, yeah, really, really nice stuff in there. And I like that they had a lot of different instruments coming in and out. I think it would have, actually, no. I was gonna say I thought I would have think I was going to say that I thought it would benefit from having them come together more in the end, but actually I think that the level that they kept it at, where it was kind of middling level of intensity in terms of the textures and the number of sounds that were playing all at once, like, they did go a little more intense for that final chorus by adding in a more full string section. But I did appreciate some of the other parts where, you've got you've got the slight organ in the background, or you had the little keyboard things, not necessarily the piano, but like keyboard sounds going in other parts, and then of course also the piano only coming in the chorus, and then the subdued chorus as well. Just really, really nice choices, and a really interesting way of showing off all the different instruments that they could, while still keeping the whole song to a sort of middling level of intensity. And then also the accordion. I forgot about that. That was interesting, the accordion. I wouldn't think to add that in because it's not, your standard pop style instrument. Anyway, let us move on to the next ending, which I kind of mentioned already. It's the ending for City, the animation, Lucky by Tomo. What was the other song that we heard from her earlier? We heard something by Tomo. Ao no Hako, the second ending, which is a very good ending, but I think this one shows off a very, very different style of the kind of music that Tomo can make. So, yeah, let's just get to it. So I will get it started in three, two, one. More of an alternative pop style song. Gives me slightly old-timey vibes. Old-timey, not swing, but what is the time period I'm thinking of? Na 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 na. Interesting melody too. Like I am familiar with it, but it's interesting the way that it. Oh, and I love that too. Love that note there. Na da da na 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 na. Ooh, and getting the big band, all the brass in there. But also having the guitar, that sort of almost heavy guitar, doubling all the brass. Very interesting. What is the style I'm thinking of? But not Motown. I guess maybe kind of Motown mixed with a bit of disco-y vibes, but like a slow disco. Da, 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 da. 50s, 60s, maybe even 70s, maybe late 50s, 60s. Kind of this kind of slow, not slow jam, but you know, this kind of jam. Especially with those, like, every once in a while she'll have that that bluesy note mixed in. Like, one's gonna come up really soon here. Ooh, the flute! Jazz flute! And here comes the bluesy note. Na, 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 na. But then they change the harmonies in it, so even though it sounds bluesy at first, then they alter the harmony a little bit so that it stops being bluesy and just kind of shifts into like the standard mode that you'd expect that note to fall into. So really smart writing in that case. Na, 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 na. City, just hitting us with all the banger music. I mean, Nichijou did the same thing, so just in a completely different vibe. Na na na. Oh. Oh, it tricked me. Hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, loving these disco strings. And I wasn't paying attention to it, but again, love a good little bit of organ mixed in there. I mean, that really fits the vibe. Is that Motown? My genres, my knowledge on music genres is not as robust as you would probably expect it to be for someone who talks about nothing but music. I guess I haven't listened to much Motown enough to know, but that's the kind of style I associate it with. So whether it's Motown or like slow disco or something, either way, it just, oh, I love that style. Those things that kind of like led into what disco and funk and all that became. Just like really great stuff from that, and so different from the song that she did for the ending of Blue Box. Because that one was much more emotional and I can't even think of how it goes off the top of my head now that I'm trying to think about it at least. But yeah, very, very different from this. Both showcased completely different sides of what she can do, but she still has that sort of chill, almost nonchalant style of singing that I think works really well for her. I can imagine this song being sung quite differently by a different singer, and it wouldn't sound bad. In this case, I'm not saying I don't think she's the best or the worst singer for this song. I think this would just be like her sort of take on it, and I can imagine very, very different takes on the song that I think I'd be interested in hearing some covers by other artists of this. But regardless of the singing, the arrangement just oozing with style. So, so good. And I love the music that came from City. I think it's just fantastic. Soundtrack included, because wow, they went off in every aspect. So thanks to Kyoani for making another banger with City. Because they did so with Nichijou in a completely different way as well. Whew. Okay. So let's move on to the next ending, which is the ending from Nuri no Hoseki, Sapphire by Hana Hope. Was she in one of the openings from yesterday? I can't remember. I feel like she was, but maybe I am imagining that. I'm not seeing her name anywhere. Nope, she's just someone who is on my radar because she is a good singer. Okay, fair enough. Um, yeah, so the ending from Nuri no Hoseki, which was also fantastic. Not as good as I think the opening song was, which is, just Yasudare really killed it with that one. But yeah, also a good song, so let's not waste any more time. So I'll get it started in 3, 2, 1. Funny how it starts with that bluegrassy slide guitar up at first and then doesn't do a bluegrass style at all. Really nice of usage of the reverb to again put us in like a floaty space, which fit a lot with the visuals of the ending theme, though I don't think that was taken into account for making the song. Nice, easy listening. Nothing too complex in the arrangement. Just a few guitars. Ooh, key change. And then we're gonna get another key change here. Oh, maybe it's the same as the lead-in was actually. And sort of minor or maybe even diminished chord there that I really like. Just really, really simple, but it doesn't need to be anything more than this. And it is a nice, like, I like that they add in more layers when her voice comes in, so it almost hides the other layers that are coming in. It's a really nice way to subtly fill out the textures. I like how it feels so bright when they shift the key there. Ooh. And then a ton of reverb for this bridge. Ooh. It's so floaty. I think this effect, if they wanted more of a floaty effect, I think they could have added in maybe another pad or something. But it doesn't sound bad without it. I think it's just the effect that they were going for could have benefited from another layer or two of just like maybe some panning pads, atmospheric pads. I didn't even know it was gonna do that. I just sang those notes. Hmm. I think that slide guitar, it's a really interesting usage of it because it's not I mean it's fitting kind of in the vibe of the show, I guess, but it's not something you would expect to hear in this song because nothing else in this song would imply that slide guitar. It has such a specific sound that we associate with like uh I think of Western movies, like old Westerns, Wild Wild West cowboy movie type things, because that's where it became big, the slide guitar. And then also, I guess, yeah, in bluegrass, like I was saying. So down south or out in the old West, I guess, are the vibes that slide guitar gives me. Um, Again, not that it sounds bad or super out of place. It's just not what I would have imagined in this. So interesting choice of instrument, but yeah, uh, overall very good. I think I said pretty much everything I wanted to while it was playing. There were some a lot of good things. I really like the usage of reverb and where they wanted it to come on stronger in like the bridge and stuff like that. Um, and then the arrangement was fairly straightforward for like a ballady type of song like this. And then again, I do think that if they wanted to give it more of that floaty feeling that they were clearly trying to get across, I think that adding one or two more pads and then maybe like panning them around or having them come in and out with different levels could have made it get that effect across a little bit better. But overall, again, it didn't sound bad, and maybe they didn't want that floaty effect, which is fine. Although without the floatiness of it, the effect comes across more like we're in some kind of big room, uh, reverberant room. And what comes to mind in that case is like a big underground concrete bunker or something. So, very different vibe than I think they were trying to get across. But either way, it's fine. It still sounded good, and yeah, that's about all I have to say. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is 7 songs gone through. So the next one, or rather, I should say, the next 3 songs are all from the same show. They are from uh it's the first, second, and third endings from Mikado no Sanshimai wa Angai Choroi. I'm glad I remembered that title and then looked at this so right there because I didn't write it down for some reason. And yeah, I think all 3 of these endings were very good because none of them have the mark that I put on them to say that they were on the fence. Uh, Although I do think between the 3 of them, I can't remember which one I like the most. It might actually be this first one that we're going to listen to. Uh, so anyway, we're going to start off with the first ending from Mikado no Sanshimai. The dealing with the Mikado no sisters is a breeze, I think is the English title. I My Graffiti, I My Graffiti by Mikado no Kazuki, or her voice actress Amami Yurina. Um, yeah, ambiguous graffiti. So let's just get to it. And a reminder, I guess, because it has been 7 songs, which and another hour since the last time I mentioned it. I'll just say it again really quickly. The music is all copyrighted, so I can't play it through the stream itself. It's all coming through speakers, and anything you hear in the stream is just getting picked up by my mic. Hopefully, not too much. Otherwise, I can't. I might not be able to keep up the VODs on YouTube or even on Twitch for the limited time that it can stay on Twitch. But yeah, so if you want to follow along, there are links. If you're watching on YouTube, there are links in the description to the YouTube playlist and the Spotify playlist. If you're watching along on Twitch, you'll have to click on one of the the links in the pinned chat. Either one is fine, although when we get to the fall season, we're still in summer right now, but when we get to the fall season, we are going to be, the Spotify playlist is missing one song because it just isn't on Spotify, and it only exists on YouTube Music because it's a YouTube video, and YouTube Music allows for that. So, yeah, if you want to follow along for just the summer part right now, or if you're not planning on sticking around for long, then for sure you can just listen to. You can click on either link. Both will work. But when we get to fall, I would recommend switching to YouTube Music if you are on the Spotify link just for that one. And I will make it clear when we are getting to that song. So anyway, I'm also going to count us in so that you can follow along, kind of sync up where you're hearing the music with what I'm saying and doing. So I'm just going to count us in for the next song, which again is the ending for Mikado no Sanshimai ga Angai Chodoi. In 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Ooh, okay, that was nice. That snap. Nice piano line. I do like this piano. Anime song. The moment that talking came in, it's like, yep, it's an anime song. But it's not too anime coded, so we're still good here. Ooh, okay, that's a nice melody. Oh, I thought I was gonna repeat it. Okay, I do remember that part. I'm my gravity. Ooh, okay, I like the slight delay on that line too. Not coming right in on the strong beat. I'm my gravity. Ooh, nice little chromatic fall on the bass there. Ooh, piano go. Okay, nothing crazy, nothing too complex, but very catchy. At least for the chorus. The verse, I don't know so well. She's got a nice voice too. I am not familiar with this voice actress, though I'm sure if I looked at a list of her credits, she's probably done something else I've seen. Ooh, okay, slightly different harmonies than I was expecting in some of these chord progressions. Guitar solo. Nothing special again. But da 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Also, me counting there was not an indication of time signatures. It's all been in 4/4 this whole time. I was just following what the melody was, which sounded really nice. Those rhythms. Sing it, I'm a graffiti. So, off the top of my head, I think at the time of watching this show, this was my favorite ending of the 3. Just because generally I think it's a nice sounding song. I can't remember what the other 2 sounded like. But it was also the first ending to come up. So maybe that's just the first ending, first opening effect, where the first one is always the most impressionable by default, and then only if like the next one is like an especially good song does it overtake what the original was. But yeah, no, that was pleasant. The piano line was cool. And it had a catchy chorus, although I will say that the most catchy part is the hook where she says like I'm my graffiti. And then the rest is just kind of standard J-pop. I mean, the talking lines, the speaking lines are felt a little bit anime-ish, but thankfully this character that she plays is not like your standard I guess not standard, but you know, it's not the sort of squeaky anime girl voice because that character is not this character is not that at all. So thankfully the song does not uh it doesn't break the immersion of the song or just like the nice sound of it of a song on its own. It's just a bit of a narration in the song that could potentially ruin it but didn't. And thankfully, yeah, we didn't have to worry about that. So yeah, I don't have too many other comments on this, so I think it's worth just moving on to the next one, which I don't have to change the picture or anything for, because the next ending is also from the same show. It is the second ending from the second sister, and it's called One Road by Mikado no Niko, or rather her voice actress Koga Aoi, who I definitely know the voice actress, but I can't think of what I've heard her from or who she voices in things I've seen. But very recognizable voice, at least from my perspective. So we're gonna start it up in 3, 2, 1. Interesting choice of synth. Also, electronic drums. Something about this sounds very 2000s. I think it has that pop punk sound to it. Her voice doesn't, but it's giving me this backing almost gives me like Blink 182 vibes, but without the amazing drumming that was Travis Barker's. Also a good hook. Similar hook, actually. That like high note. Yeah. Similar, not quite the same shape, but similar vibes for that hook. So I'm curious if it was the same person that wrote all three of these endings, because I don't remember how the third ending sounds, but we'll find out soon enough. Very, very like 2000s vibe though. Especially when they're just doing this this crunchy guitar along with all the other things going on. Because it's electronic drums, and I don't know what about it. It gives me such like Blink 182 vibes, but with a cutesy voice actress singer. But I do like the mix of these like electronic elements. Like I do like the sounds of these. Maybe it's just my nostalgia talking, but these are all really nice electronic sounds, and they mesh surprisingly well with like these sort of pop punk guitars and stuff. I think it really is just the one guitar that's giving it that pop punk vibe, because everything else is synthesized. Understated chorus. Nice. With that guitar sound effect too, the lead guitar, I guess, is a nice way to have it give that nostalgic vibe. This is unlocking a lot of nostalgia for me, and I don't know why. I think it's just the general sound of it, and I'm wondering if did Japanese music have this vibe back in the 2000s? Because this is so like Western 2000s vibes, but I wonder if Japan had the same. Because none of the music I know from that era that came out of Japan sounds like this. So I'd be curious to know if they also had the same or similar influences in that way. But yeah, I think now that I'm thinking about it, I think the hook for the first one was a lot better. Although I think just the hook, the chorus itself was not super memorable post hook. Um, and then this one had a similar hook, but I don't think it was as memorable. But I also think the arrangement was a lot more interesting. And I also kind of appreciate that the song didn't have any narration bits. It was just like her singing from start to finish, and no like um character interactions or uh interjections in the thing. Not that it sounded bad in the first ending, but it definitely felt more like an anime song with those, whereas this one, it was just a song that definitely didn't fit this current era, but harem shows also are kind of outdated, so the fact that this one didn't, I mean, now we're getting off topic and me talking about how the show was not terrible again, despite being a harem and me like kind of hating the main character. But yeah, no, pretty good. Made me feel very nostalgic for some reason, and I liked it. I think I might actually like it better than the first ending. So let's see how it fares against the next ending, which is the third ending by the third sister. Which is Sunrise Prism by Mikado no Miwa, and her voice actress Aoyama Yoshino. Um, yeah, let's just start it in 3, 2, 1. Already a vibe that I like better than the other two. Okay. This gives me more old old video game vibes, like not old, but maybe again like 2000s video game vibes with that synth and some of these glassy synths as well. Glassy keyboard sounds. Ooh, nice key change. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so I think I can already safely say that this third ending is my favorite of the three. Oh, again, I love that FM synth, that sound in the back. Also, that chord progression there. Bit bluesy. I love when they throw in blues chords into these kinds of things. Oh, love this synth. I love when it goes high, too. And that drum fill. Classic sound. Something about it. This one also feels very nostalgic. But in a completely different genre, where the other one was like Blink 182 vibes. This one is... what's the best way to put it? I can't think of what it sounds like other than like general pop, I guess. Just like pop music from the older days. I guess it's the synth effects, the synth sounds bringing me back to that era. A nice melody for the chorus, too. I think this might not have the strongest hook, but an easily followable melody. Acoustic guitar solo, nice. Ooh, yes. We love this synth. Subdued chorus. A bit of pitch correction there. Boom. Really nice sound design. I love all the sounds that they've picked. And then again, like for that falling bass right before we got into this chorus, that doo, and then mixed with the pop sound right after. Nice vocal backing too. Hmm. Yeah, these vocal layers are nice too. Gives it almost a pseudo angelic feel to mix really well with the nostalgic vibes of the song. Nice. Okay, yeah, easily my favorite of the three. Which is funny because going into this, the one I remembered the most was the first one, and I think that was just again first ending, first opening sort of effect, where it stood out enough that the other ones, I guess, didn't surpass the threshold that they needed to make me remember them as much. Also, maybe because Miwa was my least favorite of the three sisters, but that is neither here nor there. But yeah, definitely the best song of those three endings. Whether it's the best song of the whole list of endings, even in summer. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it fares against some of these other ones. But yeah, it's definitely better than the other ones. Other ones from this show, I should say. So with that all said, I know I didn't make many comments on this ending compared to the other two, but I think I said enough while it was playing. Let's move on to the next ending, which is the ending for episode 4 of Turkey, and it might have played in another episode, but I think that's the first time that it played in the show. Turkey, yes, the bowling show about bowling. That is about bowling and nothing else. These cute girls go bowling and they bowl. That is the only thing this show is about. The ending, flashback by QIS. And because it's an episode specific one, I don't remember. Actually, I don't remember like any of the music except the opening from this show. So, let's start up. I can see that there are a few more people in chat right now, or at least just watching. So, again, if you want to follow along, you'll have to click on one of the playlists because nothing is going to be coming through the stream itself, because it's all copyrighted music. So, if you want to follow along, I'm going to start up the next song, that is After Sunrise Prism in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I forgot to say who it was by, but I guess. Oh. I said QIS and then it said something different in YouTube music, but that's fine. Long intro. I do like the switch back and forth between intense and subdued moments. This was one of my on the fence picks too. Ooh, what were those rhythms? Damn it, I was talking over them. Strangely intense. Like the band arrangement is really intense. Ooh, I like that chord though. Yeah, what I'm finding I guess yesterday for the opening songs, I was finding a lot of songs were having this issue where it's like the voice actresses singing a song, and then they're just like they're going way too hard with the band arrangement and having them play super intense, where the voice actresses as good as they are at singing, which some of them aren't, but I think in this case they're doing a fine job. They don't necessarily keep up with the intensity of the music. Like this section is fine. This lead guitarist is having a lot of fun, doing a lot of cool lines in there. Yeah, this lead guitarist is going crazy with it. And they're only really chilling out for the chorus, I guess second verse. Maybe they were doing that in the first verse too, I don't know. Chugga 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 chugga. And then, ironically enough, this solo is not as interesting as just the stuff that they were noodling around with during the verse. Yeah, it's definitely the case where they're not, like, their singing sounds fine. She's definitely not a good enough singer to pull off this part. Again, fine singer, like, not they're voice actresses, right? So usually they're not always the best singers, but they just don't have the power behind their voices in a singing sense to really keep up with this level of the music that's playing underneath them. It's because I could imagine this song sounding really good with like someone who had a more powerful voice, even like even a different voice actress who is like more trained to sing with like power, like Nana, Mizuki Nana, for example. She'd be like, I can see her killing this kind of a song. There's a little bit of harmony, which is nice that they're not just completely falling into idle garbage stuff. Okay, so kind of fun. Yeah, I think I said everything I wanted to. The lead guitarist going off and then having a lot of fun with it, but then a lot of it, the band stuff all sounded great, and again, the girls themselves, they sounded fine singing. Again, not the most amazing of singers, but you rarely get that with voice actresses or voice actors, like other than the ones who are uh, very much trained singers more than they are, or equally, if not more, trained to sing than they are for voice acting. So again, I think someone with a more powerful voice like Mizuki Nana would have killed a song like this. But again, this is like a specific. This whole, I mean, as you can see from the album artwork, it's an album of just them doing songs for the show, and there were quite a few insert songs and different endings in this show about bowling and nothing else. So yeah, not too much to say other than like I think it was fine, but yeah, I think this definitely was not this is an honorable mention song. This doesn't belong in the top picks. I think compared to the regular ending, it probably hit a lot harder, especially in the context of whatever episode 4 was about. So that's probably why I put it here. But yeah, I think overall it's just okay. Okay, so next, I don't have to change the picture because we've got another turkey thing. The next song that we've got is not an ending song. I think I mentioned earlier that because there were less endings than openings, I just included the insert in here instead of putting it with the openings. This is the insert song from episode 5 of Turkey, Moshimo by Taiyo to Odore Tsuki Tsukiyo ni utae. That's a weird name for a group. It's probably the ones who wrote it because I'm sure that when I pull up the song, it's just gonna say it's by the voice actresses again. So anyway, let's get to that. So I will get it started in three, two, one. Is this not just the ending for the show? Maybe it is. I don't remember. I don't actually remember what the main ending for the show was. Maybe this isn't the insert song. Ooh, okay. Nice way to pass off the lines to each other. Duh, 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 duh. A little bit predictable with the chord progressions, but not bad. It doesn't sound bad at all. Just not super interesting. Is this not just the show's regular ending? I swear. It's maybe it is and I just didn't realize. But either way, nice little piano effect. Very simple melody, but pleasant sounding. And also a simple, equally simple guitar. This definitely feels more cohesive than the previous song did, because the arrangement for the band is pretty not subdued, but not going crazy and intense like the previous song did. They're able to match their intensity with their singing to the level of intensity that the band is playing. Ooh, okay. I thought they were gonna do another full cut off there, but that was nice. That was a nice effect. Is that a piano? Oh, weird. They've got some kind of weird filter on it where it's cutting out certain sounds of the piano. Okay. I don't know why I included this in a top pick and not an on the fence, because I would definitely keep this as an honorable mention type of song. I do like it better than the previous one, if only because it's cohesive, although I did love the arrangement for the previous one. This is where I wish there was harmony, because we've just got all 5 girls singing the same line. So this is where you get that idol thing coming in. Like, this is where Little Glee Monster would really shine. All right. Well, sometimes these songs sneak by when I'm putting them in the list, and they just end up as a top pick, even though they should probably be more of an honorable mention, if even that. Because yeah, neither of these two songs are songs that I would really remember if I hadn't put them in this list. And like, you could argue that for some of the other things that I put in, but usually the other ones, when I start hearing them, it's like, oh, okay, even if I don't remember this, it's definitely worth being here as a top song. Whereas these two Turkey songs, yeah, not so much. But yeah. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna say too much more because really don't have much more to say about it. So let's move on to the next ending, which is the ending from season 2 of Penny and Stocking. Reckless by M-Flow and ADA. I know M-Flow, but I don't know the other person. I'm assuming ADA is the singer, so or maybe the rapper, I'm not sure. But let's just get to it. So we're gonna start it up in 3, 2, 1. M-Flow loves ADA. Oh, such a good song. M-Flow is like amazing. Oh, go! I love the rasp in his voice. It really fits the sort of industrial rock type of sound, and I like that they're mixing in that vibe with this more... I guess right now it's got that kind of a vibe. But then there's a lot of, there's like, what is the name of that band that did that did Kids, MGMT? It's got that vibe with this synth, and then it changes vibe so much for this part. I don't think I've ever listened to these lyrics. Oh, so good, such a good chorus. Yeah, yeah. Kind of a weird synth there, but a nice cutout here. It sounds so clean with just his voice and the bass. Yeah, these sort of industrial drums really work well with his voice. And then I do like how they're able to just quickly shift to a different feel when it's the rap. Because these aren't really these aren't. Oh, it keeps hitting me with too many interesting things while I'm trying to make a point, and I want to listen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, really nice build back in. But yeah, no, the switch between the rap and the singing, they really just shift the tone for everything all at once, and it works really well. Despite the fact that these are completely different styles of music that they're switching between. They did like an amazing job of having it all feel coherent, even though it's completely different from part to part. Even the key being completely different as well. Okay, and then there's a siren going on outside that kind of fit the vibe of that as well. Yeah, basically everything that I just said. Really, really cool way of switching between this sort of like industrial rock, and then suddenly cutting to this rap with this acoustic bass, actually. Doom, 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 doom. I guess maybe it's not bass, but you know, a low guitar sound. In a completely different key, and then cutting back to the chorus part, which is just singing and less industrial sounding and more of, I guess, sort of industrial, but mixed with that MGMT style synth, and that it's like a really interesting mix and like just so fun, like really nice, like dancey type of song. Uh, but yeah, interesting how they're able to shift those vibes so quickly and without any transition really, but it's still sounding good. And that might be just my bias because I can also understand why someone might not like that quick shift and think, oh, this came out of nowhere. And in fairness, it does come out of nowhere. and in a completely different key, completely different style of music and everything, and then just cuts back and forth between the two. But I think it worked really well in this case, so nothing but good things to say about that. Um, yeah. So before we get to the next one, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom quick. So I'll be back in a second. Okay. So what is our next ending? Okay, so the next ending is another one that I put on my uh on the fence list. And it is the ending for part 2 of Dr. Stone's Science Future, No Man's World by Otoha. I have a note here that has nothing to do with what we're doing in this stream at least, but it says it has super cool visuals, and I think I remember them. But anyway, yeah, let's just get to it in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, mixing in the tin whistle and the Morse code. Wow, this is a very like Dr. Stone coded song. Very subdued start to the verse. Slow introduction of the drums. Oh, still pretty slow. Because I'm expecting like a dun 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 dun. Okay, we never actually get to that. Kind of these choral shouts. Ooh, okay, that's a nice cutout. Interesting way to get into this. It's got a lot of interesting like sounds mixed in there, cause this synth, this sort of nasally synth, almost sounds similar to the alien pipes that they use so much throughout the Dr. Stone soundtrack. Especially in this mix where they're not super at the forefront. No man's world. Yeah, it has that sort of folky sound that is present in the Dr. Stone soundtrack, which makes it, I feel like it blends really well with the idea of the show now. Not that we're super taking that into account, but I think it's worth noting. I do love when they do this cutout where it's just the piano and the singer right before the chorus. Interesting chorus, too, how it's basically just the chorus shouting. I guess this is it, so that's the pre-chorus then. Okay. Ooh. So. Ooh, okay, nice. I do like how they switch between these layers. Oh, and now there's a lot of reverb on her voice. This is what I was expecting earlier. Oh, it only lasted for a short period of time there, but okay, nice that that idea came back. So what I was gonna say right before that subdued chorus came back was that I think this is leaning more towards a top pick over an honorable mention. So uh, although I would say it's not like the best top pick in this list, so it's definitely not my top pick for the season, let alone the whole list of endings. But definitely interesting and very like it feels very Doctor Stone because a lot of the music in Doctor Stone within the show has this kind of vibe. And the fact that they're mixing in like, you know, the Morse code sound effects and like a lot of the more like folk sounds, yeah, those like European folk instrument sounds into it as well. It's just very very interesting. I wonder if this was I always kind of wonder when these the songs for like the Annie songs are commissioned uh whether they're commissioned for the show or if the song has already been made and then they ask them to write if they can use the song, because like something like or what we heard earlier with Ushio Misoshiru to Bata, I'm almost certain that given how early on that song came out before the show released, I feel like they just requested that song to be the ending song for the show, especially since it sounds much more like an opening song. Um, but I mean, I can also see because production on anime goes on for like in most cases, in healthy cases, it goes on for around 2-ish years before the show actually airs. So maybe the song was commissioned, and then they just made a deal that the song could drop far before the show actually ended up coming out. Or maybe the show got delayed and they were like, oh, well, we already made the deal that the song could come out at this point in time. So, yeah, but I wonder because, like, something like this sounds so much like just Dr. Stone music in general that I can't, even though I've been saying for both this stream and yesterday's stream that we're not really trying to take that into account because it's mostly just judging the songs on their own, how well they stand up as their own songs. This one feels like a Dr. Stone song in so many more ways than a lot of the other songs have felt like their show's songs. They just felt like J-pop songs or whatever, what have you, with the style of music that they were. But yeah, very very interesting. So I do want to leave it at that for the comments on it. And get to the next ending, which is the ending for Zutoboro Reijo wa ane no moto konyakusha ni dekiai sareru. Betrothed to my sister's ex, Mari by Muk, which I don't really understand why the English title that they went for is called Dear Mari, Dear Marie, when it's just Mari in Japanese, which is just her name. Uh, but they did it. And weirdly enough, this wasn't even on my list for some reason initially, and I think I just forgot to put it on because this is a great song, and I don't like it wasn't even listed as like an on the fence thing. It just wasn't there, so I'm assuming I just kind of forgot to put it in the list. But yeah, I definitely want it here. Let's give it a listen in 3, 2, 1. Do do do. Very simple piano line. Some nice little chimes in there as well. Oh. Mm-hmm. She's very whispery right now. And then she goes all out for the chorus, so it's a nice contrast actually between the verse and the chorus. I didn't realize how simple this part was for the verse. Just piano and or mainly just piano and her voice. And now we get a more full sound. Ooh, such a nice lead in with that line. So good. Ooh, okay. Interesting rising chords there. Oh, and now we're getting some folk instruments. A recorder and an accordion, it sounds like. I do like the simplicity of the verses here. Just piano and like simple drum beat to support her voice. A little more intense for this build-in. Okay. As long as they do the cutout for her voice again, because that's... Oh, they didn't. It sounds so good in the first time. The first time we get into the chorus, because I think just focusing on her voice for that, it's so powerful. That's a... Those are some weird things there. I feel like they almost just put in a harmonizer sound effect, so it auto harmonized those notes. Bridge, getting some of those folk sounds mixed in again. Ooh. I'm glad they brought it back with just her voice that time. Okay. So, I won't fault them for the second chorus lead in, having the instruments there. You want to go for a little bit of change over time, which I respect. I respect that. And because they brought back the solo voice for the last chorus, really, really nice. I do think that sound is kind of weird for these rising and falling synth stabs. Okay. Yeah, no, that definitely deserved to be here and not forgotten about completely, because if nothing else, that chorus is just ooh. Dun, 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 na, na, na. Like that hook alone is just it's so powerful and it sounds so good. I had never actually noticed the little folk instrument elements to it. There's a bit of strings in there, and they're all very, very subtle, interestingly enough. But yeah, having the folk instruments, the slight accordion there, the tin whistle, the recorder, I think, and there were a bit of strings, but all very, very subtly mixed in there. I'm assuming they must have been playing in the chorus as well. And then you hear them more as the chorus ends, and they're still kind of playing a little bit as we come out of it. But just yeah, interesting. I kind of wonder why they didn't utilize them a bit more. Because they definitely didn't sound bad in the mix, and they didn't sound out of place. That I mean, the mix itself was so sparse that it definitely could have had some more instruments mixed into it. Not that it sounded bad without them. I think it sounded fine with just her voice, the piano, and the bit of drums that were there. But yeah, interesting instrumentation there. I really like that song, and I don't know why it wasn't in my in my top picks from the beginning, but it's there now, and it is a contender for the top summer song. So let's move on to the next one. Also, I called this artist Muke because that's what it looks like, but it's Miyuki, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, no, it's not. I looked this up before. It is actually Muke, which is kind of a gross sounding name if I'm being honest. So But yeah, anyway, let's move on to the next one, which is the ending for Silent Witch Mild Days by Hitsuji Bungaku. I love that Hitsuji Bungaku did both the opening and ending for the show. Uh, Sasuga Sai Games for commissioning an amazing artist to do both opening and ending. And I really hope this gets a season two because this was just such a surprising show for me. I didn't expect anything going into it, and it ended up being so good. So again, Sasuga Sai Games, as always. Okay. Yep. Let's get it playing in three, two, one. Mild days, fitting that vibe. Ooh, nice higher guitar effect. Electric over the acoustic. Mm, very close sounding. Like this sounds like we're just sitting in a room together. As in, like the person listening is sitting in a room with just the three band members. Nice chord progression there. Slightly altering it. Are we gonna change keys for the chorus? I don't remember in this song if we do, or if this is the chorus. Na, na, na. No, I think this is still the pre-chorus. Oh no, that was the chorus. Okay. Very subdued song. But now we've got a bridge right away. Oh wait, is this not the chorus? Wait, does this song even have a chorus? Ooh, nice vocal effects. Ooh. And giving them a nice amount of reverb so that they're in the background. There's also a vocal, some kind of doubling effect on the singer's voice. So this is the first time we're hearing something being repeated and the song is almost over. Short song too, but interesting. Okay, so not a catchy chorus like whatsoever. But I do like the slight shift in that last chord in the chorus. It's much brighter than you'd expect it to be because it sounds like it would go for a minor chord there. So, interesting. Maybe it's a modal song, or at least this section of it is a different mode. Or maybe they just decided, like, we want a major. We only want major. All right. So I think I let my bias show a little too much with that song, mainly because that did like nothing. There was almost nothing particularly interesting about that song. It was so simple that um that at best should be an honorable mention. But I love Hitsuji Bungaku, so I think the moment I saw that they were doing this song as well, I was like, it goes in the list. It's amazing. Um, Not that there was anything like bad about it. I just don't think it did anything worth. uh, I guess it's unremarkable is the best way to put it. Not said in a particularly negative way, but more just like a neutral stance on it. It's why did you go out of focus? Um, yeah, it yeah, it was okay. It's definitely not one of their better songs, but I mean also it fits the title that it has, Mild Days. It was very mild and unobtrusive. So an okay song. Not a bad song. but not something anyone should be overly excited about listening to. So, uh, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. So we will move on to the next song, which is the ending. Excuse me, the ending for Food Court de Mata. That I don't. Should I read that as English or katakana? Let's go katakana first. So, the next song is the ending for Food Court de Matasta. See you again at the food court tomorrow. See you tomorrow at again at the food court. It's something like that in English. Um, yeah. And I love this ending because it's silly. I don't know if it actually deserves to be here as a song, but just the silliness of it, it's amazing. So let's get to it in three, two. Oh wait, I didn't say anything about it. So the ending for Food Court de Matasta, Tonari Awase by Wada and Yamamoto and their respective voice actresses Miyazaki Hiyori and Aoyama Yoshino, who came up somewhere else. Aoyama Yoshino, who is Yamamoto, which is the blonde girl, if I'm remembering right, the Gyaru, is also the voice actress for Mikado no Miwa, the from the Mikado no Sisters show, the youngest one, the green-haired one, whose song was my favorite of those three. So let's just get to it in three, two, one. I love this narration. I mean, you have to know Japanese or at least read the transcription of what they're saying to understand it, but so silly. But a fun sort of hip hop styled R&B kind of beat. Easy listening. And a nice mix of instruments. They've got like the synth xylophone mixed in there. I do like this hook too. I don't think it's the most catchy hook, but it's nice. Do 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 do. No. Ooh, nice Will and Grace style piano line. Ooh, what are all these Will and Grace style effects that they're putting into the song? Ooh, ooh, interesting chords there. Hmm. Uh. 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 Ooh. Okay. Whoa. This is way better than I thought it was. I've never heard the full version of this. Cool synth solo there. Woo. Really nice mix. Really nice arranging. It is funny because they're singing in character right now, so it sounds a little bit funny when you solo them out like that, but like this, really nice chorus. Really well mixed together. Funny to have like a hip hop, but I guess a lot of like Japanese shows or Annie songs do this with cute girls doing cute things shows. Having like the hip hop beat mixed with all these cutesy elements. But then this song also had like a few like in unexpectedly complex musical things, like these solos going on in them. Oh, okay. It ended one beat before I thought it would on just at the end of that bar. Okay. Yeah. Cute, fun. Probably doesn't. Actually, like after listening to it, it definitely deserves to be at least an honorable mention. Uh, but my bias is more towards the silly monologue or dialogue at the beginning, where it's basically just wada being like, do songs these days do these kinds of songs these days even need an intro narration bit? And Yamamoto's like, what are you talking about? Like, it's like, yeah, what's that seems like an old thing or whatever. I can't remember exactly what they say, but she's just complaining, and then Yamamoto's just like, shut up, the song's gonna start. Such a silly show, but I loved it. It's so funny, and what it's just unhinged character in a show that shouldn't have been about anything unhinged, but overall very good. Very cool things in that song too, having like the synth solo and like the funny little the dumb xylophone effect, but in a way that worked for this song. And what was the other, there was another thing that I was talking about that I'm forgetting what it was now, but unexpectedly good. I thought I was just letting my bias show because it was a silly song, but it actually was a good song. But with that, we are finally at the end of the summer 2025 ending songs, and the last one that we have here is one that no one will be surprised is here. It is Jane Doe, the Chainsaw Man ending, Jane Doe by Utada Hikaru and Yonezu Kenshi. Um, Everyone has heard this song, just like everyone has heard Iris Out. Uh, Yonezu Kenshi just getting in on these big name things, and also the 5 centimeters per second live action, where again, that is personally my favorite song by him of this season, but that was a live action, so it doesn't count in here. But yeah, check that song out as well. It's called 1991. But anyway, we're listening to the Chainsaw Man ending, the movie ending, Reze arc ending, Jane Doe. So let's get that started in 3, 2, 1. Feet and glass. Do do. I always kind of forget how this goes. Nice little piano effects there. Also, like I said before, always love a song in 3/4. Even if I saw some music reviewer one time saying that call 3/4 and 6/8 pretentious, which was weird. Like they weren't specifically saying that, but they were saying like talking about how music is written, and then talking about how songs are usually in 4/4, or they're more pretentious 3/4, 6/8 counterparts. But maybe the fact that I like it is the is kind of proof that maybe it is pretentious. I don't know. Really good song, but honestly, I can't think of anything specific to say about this. Oh, there's the trap hi-hats. Nice mix of things, of synth things to come out of the chorus. Little darker for his verse. Really interesting melody, way more interesting than Utada's. But I do like this interplay they have here. It's really a really nice way to have both of them singing without just singing the same thing. Fun and playful. as cool, yeah, so like I was saying though, as cool as this all sounds, there's not actually a lot going on in this song. Like they have nice singing lines, but I think Yonezu Kenshi's in the that verse that just played before this chorus was like maybe the best vocal line that we'll hear in this song. Utada Hikaru is not really at the front of this one. But again, I love when they're doing their vocal interplay. And even when they're singing the same thing, they'll kind of drift off into other things. Like we're at now. I really like when they kind of separate their lines, starting together and then separating them. So they have a really good understanding of how to like interplay with each other. I just don't think this is the most amazing song musically speaking, but like it is like a really good song just overall. I just think when I'm trying to get into more details with it, it's kind of like it's pretty simple, I guess, is the closest word I can think of to describe how I'm feeling about it, because there really isn't a lot going on in it. Um, has some cool like electronics and stuff mixed in as well, but overall just kind of straightforward. Yeah, it was really just their vocals that were the standout like musical parts of that. So yeah. Uh, that all said, that ends off the summer songs, and my god, there were a lot there. And thinking back, which one was my favorite? Phew, that is there are a lot. I actually can't even think of what all of them sounded like off the top of my head, but looking at the list that I have in front of me that unfortunately you guys can't see, but that's okay, you don't need to. Um, People who watch the VOD of this and skip to this part, if there are any people that feel so inclined to do so, are probably going to get mad at me for not picking Jane Doe, but honestly, it wasn't the best song here by far. I mean, honestly, the food court de Matasta ending, I'm I'm actually considering it as a top pick. Reckless is also amazing, but I don't know if that's a top pick. I don't think this is, despite how many songs I put in this list, I don't think a lot of them actually were that strong compared to the ones that we heard earlier. Like some of the ones we heard before were much stronger songs than some of these ones. Although we've got Hare no Hini, the Kaoru Hana wa Rinto Saku, Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity. I think I'm gonna give this ending to Cities. Lucky by Tomo, because that is the one I feel like I said the most about, and it's one that I can still think of all the things that I really loved about it. So let's type that in here. Oh, I keep clicking on the wrong thing. Lucky from City, the animation. So look at that. City has made it for both the opening and the ending now. Should I move this, or maybe I should just make it smaller? Okay, let's do that. So, yeah, City has now officially made it onto this list for both the opening and ending, which means that it's a contender. It's a contender to sweep 2025. Because if you missed yesterday's stream, or you just don't care to go see what my thoughts were, City's opening was my top pick for openings of the year. Close second was Iris Out, the Chainsaw Man ending or opening, sorry. They were up there for different reasons, but City ultimately was my favorite. And then Iris Out, it's not my favorite song, but like it had a lot of cool elements. And then third was Kaiju by Orb. I don't think anyone's gonna argue that, because that one is also just an amazing song. But yeah, So I think that's fair for those ones. And now we are on to the last season for 2025 fall. The most recent ones, and there's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Nine tracks. So not a crazy number. I think we can probably get through that in like an hour or so at most. Or yeah, not at most. Roughly an hour or so. And yeah, so let's just see how this goes. So, just a reminder to anyone who is tuning in right now, which I don't see any, but if you do decide to tune in now, I'll just make another announcement. If you are listening along, you will need to use one of the links in the description if you're on YouTube, or one of the links in the chat if you're in Twitch. Just because obviously these are all copyrighted songs from anime, so I can't play it through the stream. Anything that you're hearing in the stream that I'm listening to is coming through my speakers and getting picked up by the mic. And hopefully, it's not picking up too much from what I heard yesterday, at least. It wasn't, though Twitch was pretty quick to catch on and apparently mute a lot of the sections that had music in it, whereas YouTube did not. Probably because I'm talking so much in this. So, yeah, if you want to listen along with me, just make sure to click on one of those. Now that we are in the fall season, like I have mentioned in the previous announcements that I've been making, I would recommend using the YouTube music playlist over the Spotify playlist. Specifically for this season, because there is one song that is not in the Spotify playlist. It's just because it doesn't exist. It's more of a there's no vocals in it, and it sounds more like a soundtrack piece of music. So I think that ending theme just hasn't been uploaded because it's part of the soundtrack from the show, and not a piece of music on its own, the way that like a normal ending or opening song would be. So yeah. I will also announce when we're getting to that one. So if you, for whatever reason, despise YouTube Music and don't want to use it, feel free to use the Spotify playlist. But when I get to that one specifically, I think it's worth either using YouTube Music or even just going to YouTube itself and finding the video of it, because that's probably why it's on YouTube Music. It's just the video version in song format. But yeah, we will be doing that, and then I count down every time I start up a song so that you can kind of sync it up with my commentary and my dumb little dance movements and whatever, because otherwise you're not when I'm doing that, it's just going to be me like talking like this, dancing like this or whatever, but there's nothing going to be coming through if I'm talking. You might hear a little bit if I'm just going like that to the song, because it might start picking up the sounds of that. But usually when I start talking, it'll cut out the sounds of like the music coming through. So if you want to follow along, you can follow the timestamp over in the player there. And yeah, I think that's about it. So this is the last season that we are talking about before I pick the top for fall, and then try and decide on my top pick of the year. So without further ado, let's just get to that. And the first ending theme for that we have in our list for fall of 2025 is the ending for Yano-kun no Futsu no Hibi. Oh wait, what is this? No. What happened? Where is the image for Yano-kun? Okay, wait, hold up. Something went wrong. I guess I forgot to put it in. Oh no, everything is ruined. My stream is ruined because I forgot to put in an image. Wait, where is it? I swear I put it in. Oh, I got the order wrong. That's dumb. Okay, well, there we go. Let me just hide that sidebar again. Why are you growing? Don't do that. Okay, and we're back. Okay, yes, so it is the ending for Yano-kun, which crazy that this show that I dropped because I thought it was boring had both the opening and the ending make the list. And the opening was the opening the one that won for that season? I can't remember, but I'd have to look back on the VOD. But anyway, we're gonna listen to the ending for this now, so I'm just gonna count us in. Oh, sorry. The song is Better Off by Ice Cream. So let's just get that going in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, love that. Okay, that went in a very different direction than I thought. Is this a K-pop group or a J-pop group? If they're Japanese, then they're K-pop inspired. The K-pop boom really, really messed with Japan. Japan's sense of what idols should sound like. Amazing production. Holy shit. Ooh, all these ARPs. Oh. Predictable, but sounds so good. Ooh, those are some. That was a weird climax to the chorus. Those were not the chords I was expecting out of it. Not what I was expecting for this part, too. Weird synth to support their vocals for that rap bit there. It's a little bit too round. Other than that, though, the production has been amazing. I don't see how this song fits with Yano-kun, but I guess I also didn't see... Ooh! Subdued chorus, but I'm really liking the vibe of this. And it expands a lot when they add in the higher bits. Boom. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. Interesting way of bringing it back in. Just having the rest of the thing come in a little bit delayed. Yeah, what I was saying, though, I don't know how this or the opening really fit the vibe of Yano-kun. But I guess, you know, slice of life shows, they can kind of have anything for their songs. Ooh, okay. Lots of really, really nice sounds in that production. Is this a K-pop group or are they Japanese? Ice Cream. Ice Cream is a Japanese dance and vocal girl group formed and managed by LDH Japan and signed to LDH Records. So they are a Japanese group. They don't look Japanese, but I mean, that might just be my own thought on what they look like. When did they've been around since 2019. Oh, 6 years. Damn. Okay. They debuted in 2021. Wait, what? Why did it take 2 years to debut them? Genres: city pop, ballad, dance pop, R&B, future bass. I don't know enough about genres to know what all of those things mean. They're just buzzwords to me. That sounded like dance pop, but maybe it was future bass. In fairness, those are the only two that I don't really know out of that. Rui, Yuna, and Hinata. Okay, so they're all three of them are Japanese. One from Aichi, one from Osaka, one from Miyagi. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Never ever heard of them. LDH presents Girls Audition. What? This is okay. I don't want to dive too far into this. Just I have no idea who they are. I'm more interested in the production side of that song than I am in them as artists. Uh, so yeah, I mean, not that their singing was bad, but like so K-pop inspired that that's why I was like, is this just a K-pop group? Because I guess we're getting to that point where J-pop is basically just becoming Japanese K-pop, because of how big K-pop is. And the last vestiges of like idol style music, like old school Japanese idol style music, are kind of dying out. Um, it's still alive with the ginormous groups that you hear, like AKB and Nogizaka and all of them, but they will go into their smaller units and make more production style music. And even in something like Love Live, where we got Ice Cream, uh, the Ruby-chan, hi, nani ga suki, that song, even that one, it sounds very Japanese still, mostly because they're banking on the whole like anime idol aesthetic of it, but it also has a lot of K-pop elements mixed into it. So we're seeing that big shift starting to happen. But overall, like production in K-pop is always like top tier. Um, I feel like you rarely find music that is as well produced as stuff coming out of K-pop and K-pop inspired music. So yeah, just like really incredible on that front. I am not knowledgeable enough to talk about it. I loved all like the little arps and things that were coming up and like going around across the speakers as well. You got a lot of panning in there. Just a lot of really interesting sounds. There was the one part in the bridge where the supporting synth was a little bit off from them rapping. It just sounded not like it didn't match quite that well. But other than that, I mean, it sounded great. Not necessarily my favorite style of music, but I mean, I recognize how good this kind of music is, and also it made my top list, and not even as a on the fence thing. It's on my top list as a top pick. So, yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the next ending, which is the ending. I think you already saw it. It's the ending for Fumetsu no Anata season 3. Why did I say it like that? Fumetsu no Anata season 3. Um, Recollections by Hamauzu Masashi, the really famous composer who did like Final Fantasy 13 and I think some of 10. Uh, Amazing composer. But yeah, so big warning now. This is the track that is not in the Spotify playlist for I think obvious reasons, because if you know Hamauzu Masashi, he is a composer, like a game, primarily a game music composer. Um and this track that he made for this ending theme is no different. It's not uh it's not a song. It's an instrumental piece of music. It's an instrumental track. So we're going to get to it. Now is the time to switch to YouTube or YouTube Music. Search it up yourself, or just use the YouTube playlist, the YouTube Music playlist, to play it. And yeah, so let's get to it in 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's going to play the video too. Wow. Oh, I love this kind of atmosphere. I wish I knew how to write this kind of atmospheric music, but I just have no idea. I don't have the brain for this kind of stuff. Oh, but so cool. Just layers on layers. Oh, and then mixed with these visuals too. I mean, like, hopefully this is okay. I mean, people watch YouTube videos all the time and it's fine, but oh, so cool. Oh, and this ever building sense of presence. Ah. And that vocal layer as well. Ooh. Ooh. And it's so bright, so uplifting, so... And then going back into the stone, I'm assuming that's the stone, yeah. Oh. Oh. The vibes. The vibes. And it's over. Okay. I don't think much needs to be said about that because for one, it's an atmospheric piece of music, and two, what can I even comment on that? I love the way that it builds out from like basically nothing. It kind of follows Hushi as a character. It's like it starts with the stone and it just has like a simple piano tone, like doom, and then it slowly starts building in with all those synth layers and yeah, adding more and more. Like there's more sweeps, there's things like risers constantly going up. You have this building sense of like just these chord clusters rising up so that it feels uplifting, and then you add in the vocal layer that's got you going like ha, and as everything is shifting in the visuals as well, just so so cool. Wait, video not available. I didn't click video, I clicked song. I don't want the video. Okay, but yeah, oh, so so good. I think it's a hard sell for me to make that my favorite of the list, if only because it's like completely different criteria from anything else that we've listened to, other than maybe the closest being uh um what I put for the Spring Win, which was the Teshima Aoi song, because similar vibes, I guess. Similar compositionally in terms of the fact that that one was very classical, with a singer in it, and this one is more experimental, atmospheric music. But this definitely deserves to be here. There's no question in my mind. It just isn't at all the same kind of music that all the rest of them are. So anyway, let us move on to the next ending, which is a it's back. So you can go back to Spotify now because we're gonna move on to something that is in the Spotify playlist. That was the only one that wasn't. Just this Fumetsu ending. So we are moving on to the next ending, which is from Toa no Yugure, Two of Us by Hana Hope. Oh, she did come up again. Okay, it was just not until later. Okay, so yeah, she also got 2 tracks in this. That's nice. Yeah, so we're gonna listen to that. This is also a what's the word I'm looking for? An on the fence pick. So we're gonna find out if it deserves to be a top pick or if it is a an honorable mention. So here we go in 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Whoa, it sounds way more filled out than the anime version does. These are really full guitars. A lot more English than I realized was in it. Just a nice alternative pop, acoustic pop rock song. Not rock, pop song. Pop alt song, I guess. Alt pop. Interesting. Ooh, second vocal layer. Oh, it was only for that one part. Okay, I can see why this was on the fence, because so far it's a good song, but there's not a lot happening in it. Maybe it's my Hana Hope bias, because I do love her as a singer as well. Okay, second verse. This is where you pull me in. Piano's a little more prominent now. So there are more layers now, but it's basically the same thing as the first verse. I'm wondering if anything's gonna change before the second chorus. No, not really. Okay, we'll have to wait for the bridge then, because that second verse, no, English, distracting me. Yeah, the bridge, the second verse failed to really pull me in any more than the first verse did. So we'll see if the bridge has something that we like a little more. Ooh, okay, interesting chord progression there. To transition into the bridge. Okay, I like that. I like that transition. That was fun. But this bridge is not particularly interesting. It's quite predictable. Na, 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 na. Understated chorus. Why did I do that? I messed with the stream. Ugh. Okay. Wait. Is the song not over? No, it's over. I just had that not in view. Okay, well, I guess you can see what the next song is. But yeah, I think the fact that I started messing around with the artwork instead of focusing on the song as a whole should probably tell you how I feel about the song. Definitely I was biased because I love Hana Hope, but that had not much going for it, if I'm being totally honest. So definitely an honorable mention. It was just a very straightforward, standard kind of alt pop song, which again didn't sound bad. There was nothing wrong with it, but like there was almost nothing for me to say about it to be like, wow, that was unique or that was cool. That was a fun way of doing that thing. The most interesting thing was the transition from the chorus, the second chorus to the bridge, but the bridge itself was not anything worth writing home about. And usually in Annie songs, and not even Annie songs, just Annie songs, but like J-pop in general, the second chorus is usually where the artist gets really experimental or like tries to do something different from what they were doing before, and that's usually where I get pulled in. But in this one, the little things that were done differently were so similar to what we had already heard that it just basically didn't make any difference that it was that slight bit different. So admittedly, a little disappointed with that, but what can you do? That's just how it goes sometimes. So, let's move on from that. You can already see what the next song is, so let's put up the artwork now. Oh, why is that small? Why are you small? There. Now you're not small. So, yes, so we are moving on to the next ending, which is from Watashi o tabetai hito de nashi, Riri by Yaotose Hinako, who is the main character for the show, and her voice actress Ueda Reina. Yeah, let's just get to it. So 3, 2, 1. Interesting that it's like it's such a different vibe. Like I feel like they could have just started with this without doing the chorus bit at the very beginning there. fun to like pan the guitar line between both sides. There's a fun little groove to it too. Ooh, okay, that little stretch in the sense of the music. And again, because she's singing in character, it has a there's a certain sense to the song that's like she's singing in a very subdued voice that I don't think the voice actress would usually sing in actually. I'd be curious to see how she sings it in a different way because I know there is also a version of this song sung by uh by Shiori's character or Shiori whose voice actress I'm forgetting right now, but different character, and it did sound quite a bit different in the show. Interesting bass line. A little bit weirdly funky for now it's normal. Yeah, that was a little weird. It was like a weirdly funky bass line for a song that should not be funky at all. Ooh, okay, chromatic rise. Dun 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 dun. Interesting. I do like that they're being experimental, but I don't think everything that they've done in this song, specifically in that second verse, I don't think everything worked there. But again, I will always appreciate an attempt at experimentation, even if it doesn't work. Because that's better than just writing something boring or straightforward. Because I guess boring's the wrong word. The previous song was straightforward. I wouldn't call it boring though. Just predictable. Ooh, nice rising chords. Not the ones I was expecting in that chord progression. Ooh, nice warm nylon guitar. Or steel guitar, sorry. It's a small string ensemble too, because they sound very close and very like intimate, I guess, the strings. Maybe it's just a quartet, or maybe it's just a couple of violins. I'm not hearing any of the lower strings. Okay, okay. Some nice lines. Nice individual instrument lines in here. Hmm. Okay. I don't think it needed the instruments to come back at the end. I think actually ending it with just her voice and maybe the piano or something, supporting it with some simple chords or something like sparse chords, probably would have ended that off a little better than having everything come back for a at the end. But yeah, no, some interesting stuff in there. But now that it's finished playing, I've already kind of forgotten all of the things that I said about it. Uh, so kind of a straightforward anime J-pop style ballad. Um, yeah, I somewhat unremarkable, a little more interesting than the previous song, but I think not as good as I remembered it being in my head because I don't think there was that much to go off of. I do think that it would have sounded better not starting with that chorus coming in like full blast right as it starts, like the da 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 da, and then because then it just cuts all of that out to get to the verse, and it's like, well, I think we could have just started with the verse and then introduced that chorus hook in the chorus. Um, so yeah, But that's a compositional choice that I obviously disagree with whoever wrote it did. But yeah. Anyway, let's move on. So next up, we have the ending for Kao ni denai Kashiwara-san to Kao ni deru Ota-kun. Why are these all the wrong size? Actually, you know what? Maybe that's why I had it at this size, because they were all just this. Wait, what? Why are you doing this? Be small. No, you don't need to be wide. Don't be wide. Ugh. Okay, good enough. Close enough. Okay, close enough. Good enough. Sizing wise, something is going weird with the preview window here. Anyway, yeah, the ending from Kashiwara-san. Amano Jaku Hero by Sangatsu no Fantasia. Very good. They actually won one of my previous things for it was the first ending for Kakko no Inazuke. Square Fate. Shikakui Unmei, I think is the name of it in Japanese. But yeah, very good band. Crazy what they are able to do. So yeah, let's get to it in 3, 2, 1. Dun, 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 dun. Kind of a funky vibe, even though it's not funk. Not a funk vibe, but just a funky one. Yep. It's always that swing, the swingy vibe. Love the swing vibe of it. And then it's gonna switch to a more straight vibe as we get into the chorus. Ooh. Very strong beats. As in the way that it lands on all the beats. And then, yeah, I do like that it gets a little bit dissonant there for the repetition of the chorus. It fits well with the title. Ooh. Yeah, some fun chord progressions in there, and then some like very dissonant chords that definitely fit with the title of the song. And then we get back into this swingy groove, this funky groove. I like the presence of the piano. And I know that may feel, ooh, let's go. That sounds a little biased when I say I like the presence of the piano because I'm a pianist, but it's nice when the piano has some presence because you don't always hear it in these kinds of band setups. Some string pads to fill out the texture and the high ends. Okay. Predictable progression, but not the bridge that I was expecting it to be. And this, oh wait, what is this? Oh wow, really nice transition into the subdued chorus. I do like that descending, that slight fall in the progression of the melody. Oh, ooh. Hmm. Hmm. Uh. Ooh, and a nice transition out. Utilizing her voice to just introduce the piano and a little bit of guitar back in. And that is how you do a nice ending, a nice end transition. Oh, okay, a lot of strong things in that. And it's not even the most interesting sounding song overall, I think, because a lot of what I was picking out was things that I was like picking out from the song, but as a whole, I think it's just like, a pleasant sounding song, but uh, kind of like what I said with I mean all those years ago that I talked about the last song that they did that won my seasonal review. Just like crazy how many things that they're able to add in, but obviously in this one much more subtle than uh the previous song that I talked about by them. Because yeah, this one, you can hear all of them adding in all these different elements, these different lines that are interspersed with each other and playing different things, but different things that kind of fall in line on certain beats and certain sections to hit the chords that you want them to as they're going through. Um, I couldn't point out everything, obviously, but there were some cool guitar lines that were just kind of like running around, but uh, they would hit on the same chord as like as they're running through it would be like rising or whatever, and then it would hit a certain note on the spot where like a big chord hit would happen, or like the piano line would also line up with it, or something would happen where it's like even though these are their own individual lines, they would line up with each other at these certain points. That made it sound really cool. And then also, like I was saying in the chorus, having those dissonant piano chords in the repetition adds some level of intrigue that changes the way that it sounds without sounding too bad. Obviously, it's not quote unquote pleasant to the ear when it's too dissonant, and it is quite dissonant, those chords that come in for the chorus repetition, but I think it works because it pulls you back in because you're like, oh, what's happening for a second before it goes back to the more consonant chords. And then also having a bit of dissonance just fits with the title of the track too, Twisted Hero Amano Jakiro. So yeah, I think it's unexpectedly complex in the way that they do things. But yeah, no, Sangatsu no Fantasia, they have a track record of writing music that is more complex than it would seem on the surface. Uh, I would say, although again, the last time I talked about their music, it was very surface level complex. So let's just say that they know what they're doing when it comes to writing complex music in a digestible manner. So anyway, let's move on to the next ending, which is from Digimon Beat Break. Beat Up. Oh, why is that? That is sized off again. Oh, we had a system. We had it all sorted out, and I ruined it. And now this is all weirdly sized off again. I actually, you know what? I know what happened. It's when yeah, I had to get these sides again. Oh, computer, you can do it. I know you can. I know. My RAM is not enough to fight against this, but come on, we can do it. Mouse, please react. Okay, wait, there we go. Okay, we're all good. Now it's the right size. Yep, so let me pull this up again. The ending for Digimon Beat Break, Beat Up by Tomioka Ai. And this is the first time I've heard her do an anime song. I actually don't know if she's ever done one, but I listen to her quite a lot actually. I think her music is very, very good. She sings in English. She sings in obviously in Japanese, she sings in English, and I think she sings in Korean as well. So a very versatile singer and very, very good. I like her music a lot. So anyway, let's just get to the song. I'm gonna start it up in three, two, one. Simple start. Her style reminds me of like a young, modern Utada, if that makes sense. Story. Like the style of music that is playing underneath her is not something that I think Utada has done a lot of music because she was more of an R&B style singer. But Tomioka Ai also does some R&B stuff, and she's very R&B inspired, despite the fact that her stuff is a little more straightforward J-pop. Ooh. Ooh, what is this super floaty space? But keeping her voice at the forefront. So she's... Boom bap drum. Slow boom bap, I guess. Simple vocal line, but catchy. Yeah, something about it is very catchy. Pulls you in with the beat. I think this feels familiar, not just because I obviously already know the song. I've never heard the full version of it, but I think this feels more Western. Like obviously she's quite a worldly singer, being able to sing in 3 different languages. I assume she also speaks all 3 of those languages, so she's definitely taking influence from non-Japanese culture to write her music. Because it doesn't sound very J-poppy. It sounds like Western pop, but just sung in Japanese. Which you would think would happen more often than it does in Japan, given how much of their music is inspired by Western music. But it actually doesn't happen as often as you would think. I mean, nowadays especially, because the popularity tone shift has moved away from at least Western pop music and gone more towards things like jazz. Jazz and R&B are really R&B especially, I've noticed in Japan, has really started picking up in popularity now, which is funny because it's almost like 30 years after it hit its peak in the West. But yeah, no, so hearing Western inspired pop is becoming a lot less common in Japanese music. So it is actually like quite refreshing when you hear an artist like this who is writing kind of Western style pop, but just in Japanese. And yeah, especially because I guess you could say with the affluence of like Utada Hikaru being a Japanese R&B artist and then quickly becoming Japan's biggest selling artist at 16 years old. She I guess now they are yeah, the inspiration that Utada proliferated into the Japanese music world has made R&B just that much more prevalent. And then also they don't necessarily have to draw on Western artists for inspiration. They can turn to people like Utada Hikaru and some of the other artists that were coming out around the same maybe slightly after her, taking influence from their music and things like that. So, uh, yeah, I feel like this kind of pop you don't hear as much. This is not my favorite Tomioka Ai song. I think I do really like I think my favorite song by her is Present. Uh, so give that a listen if you have a chance, because fantastic song, definitely worth the listen if you haven't. This song I like. I don't have much to say about it though, just on the basis of it being pretty standard Western style music. So sounds good, fits the vibe of the show. Sounds, I already said sounds good, so that's about it. So anyway, let's move on to the next ending, which is from Egao no Tainai Shokuba desu. Uh, and it is Thankful by Shizuku. So I'm gonna start that up in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, such a clean and like expansive mix. Oh, featuring Yanagi Nagi. Is Shizuku not? Is Shizuku just a producer then? Or a band or something? Or maybe they both sing in this. I don't know. I didn't realize Yanagi Nagi was part of this. But now that I'm hearing it, she's obviously the singer. Nice rise, nice build into the chorus. I really like this chord progression. I think it's pretty straightforward, especially for J-pop music, but oh, it sounds so nice. Oh, and then that too. Having this be what it flows into is, ooh, it stops it from being too repetitive while still creating a really nice flow from one part of the chorus to the next. That instead of getting a repetition of the chorus, we just get like this descending thing. Some nice piano stuff. Oh, a little bit of lead guitar things coming in the background. Ooh, this sounds a little different from the first chorus, actually. The mix supporting her voice. Ooh, I like that the mix is somehow like it's kind of suppressing, I guess, the band arrangement, so that even though there are parts where it does get pretty intense, it's mostly just like her voice at the forefront, still taking center stage. Nice breakdown. I like this bridge. I like this bridge a lot. Ooh, okay, nice transition back into a... Ooh, okay, in the rise. It went longer than I was expecting. Ooh, okay, like almost going half time. Nice, okay. Really nice writing for this. Oh, interesting ending. Really intense ending. Wow. Okay. So I knew that was good because every time, like, again, I am I am an opening and ending skipper, but every time this one comes on, I always hear the first few seconds. So the every time I hear the hook, the da, 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 na, um, I'm always like, oh, should I watch it this time? And then I hit skip anyway. But no, that was way cooler than I thought. Like, I think a lot of it is quite straightforward, but something about that the way that it progressed, I'm not entirely sure. There was just enough elements in there that even though it was fairly straightforward, I felt like it was really, really good. Let's look at Shizuku. So Shizuku also did the one from last season. Not season. Was it this year? Yeah. From the mangaka who goes around touring Japan. Shunryu, musical composer, アニメアイドル楽曲を中心に Give me your profile. アニメアイドル楽曲を中心に数々の印象的な Okay, so they're just a composer. I was convinced Shizuku was an artist, but like a performing artist and not just a composer. But hey, cool stuff. I've definitely liked some of their music in the past, but yeah, yeah. Let me pull up my thing again. Yeah, there were definitely a lot of elements in that I was not expecting it to do. Um, and again, to be fair, like fairly straightforward and predictable music, but like really well written and just the way that things progressed. I really like that the chorus didn't have a repetition. Not that like when it has a repetition it's bad, but because by having it do the so it just feels like there's a constant flow without the need to come back. It could have come back and repeated the da 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 and sounded really good, but I think it sounded just because it had that flow leading into the part where it kind of goes halftime as she's descending down, like amazing, like really nice musical line there. Uh, and then the transition between it and the bridge, and then the bridge back. I feel like all the transitions in this were really strong. Uh, and it never had just like a sudden shift or anything or a needless like a key change to pull you back in. I don't think it changed keys at all throughout this whole song. And if it did, I didn't notice them, so that means they were smartly implemented. But yeah, it felt like everything was intentional and every choice in this was intentional and it sounded really good for it. So surprisingly good song, even though I knew it was really good, but even more than I had initially placed my expectations in. So let's move on to the next one, which is the ending for Shumatsu Touring Glide by Muke. So Muke has also made it in here twice. But this one is also a on the fence pick. So we'll find out if it's an honorable mention or a top pick. So 3, 2, 1, play. Ooh, ooh. Na 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 na. Oh, her voice, so good here. Na 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 na. Wait, why is this an on the fence pick? This is so good. I forgot which other song she did, so I just scrolled back up and saw it was the Zutoboro Reijo song. And yeah, I can hear the similarities, but this one feels a little more filled out than that one did. Nice usage of the strings there, the plucked strings. but oh, so good. Na-na, na-na-na-na. Oh, really good chorus melody, really strong hook. Considering how simple it is too, because usually a lot of good hooks will have like a big jump to grab your attention right away, but this one does it without doing that. Not right away, at least. It does it da 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 da. I guess towards the end of the phrase. Mm, mm, mm. Da, 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 da. I wonder how they're gonna do the. There's definitely gonna be an understated chorus, but I wonder how they're gonna do it because the verses themselves are quite sparse already, and I can imagine it just cutting out the drums, maybe adding in a piano even. I mean, there is a piano in this mix, very subtly, but well, we'll see. Oh, okay, bridge. I love her vocal quality. Her vocal tone is so interesting. Like there's a raspy breathiness to it, but not it's not hoarse. Effortless but emotional. Just in the quality. Oh, look, random recorder. Okay, they're not gonna do an understated chorus. Okay, fair enough. Na 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 na. Oh, something happened with my chat apparently. Na 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 na. But such a good song. Wow. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to fix something. Let me see, did that work? There we go. Okay, yep, that did work. Okay, yeah, wow. I don't know why that was not in my top picks and is on the fence. It's definitely a top pick and not a honorable mentions type of pick. But yeah, um, really good song. Muke is like I before this year, I don't think I had ever heard of her. I still don't particularly like her artist name, but it is what it is. Um, yeah, specifics of that. What I think more so than specifics, everything worked together really well in that. Like the opening, I guess, is just what piano and her voice. But you get a lot of get a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Like emotion out of just that opening bit because she's doing the sort of uh that effect that I was saying Sato had. It's but it the way that Muke does it, it's not so much a whine to get out the emotion as much as it is like a breathy sort of like a breathy chest voice, if that makes sense. And it really kind of like works as almost a belt, but a quiet belt. So I don't really know how that makes sense, but there's something about the way that she does it that I think is ultimately just her vocal tone that has her uh, just being able to express this level of emotion with her regular singing voice, and I think that's so cool. Because we got the same thing out of the previous Muke song we heard earlier. Um, and yeah, I love the arrangement of this all. I think it just sounded overall good. I got distracted in the middle a bit, so I wasn't paying too much attention towards the end. But yeah, no, definitely this should have been in my top picks and not just an on the fence one. So, uh, yeah, I'll leave my thoughts on that there, and we are moving on to the last song for fall 25 and the last song on my list of top 2025 songs. I'm sure there are some that I missed that people are going to want me to listen to at some other point, but yeah, Again, I think I mentioned at the very beginning of stream that I left off a song that I think kind of deserves to be here. The Chitose wa Ramune bin no Naka, the Chitose is in the Ramune bottle ending, but I only vaguely remember what it sounds like, so I think I'm gonna leave it off and then maybe just regret it later when I re-listen to the song and think, oh, this probably should have deserved to be there. But it probably wouldn't have been one of my contenders for the best song of the whole year. So let's just move on to the last one, which is the ending for Isekai Quartet Season 3, Kimiro Bokuiro by Suzuki Konomi and Ito Kasutaro. Uh, Suzuki Konomi, if I'm not mixing her up with someone else, was the female vocalist for the ending of season 2 of Kagura-san, or opening of Kagura-sama. Love is War. I think she was one of the singers. I might be mixing her up with someone else, but either way, if it was her, that vocalist, amazing, just an amazing singer, so good. And I think it's her, but we'll find out when we hear her voice, and hopefully can tell. So, oh, there's people tuning in. So, this is the last song before I make my judgment. So, I'm gonna start up this last one, for Isekai Quartet's ending, in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, really like that synth. That reverberant synth. And do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Nice build in. I actually can't tell if it is the same singer that I thought she was, but either way, they have their voices blend together really well too. Na, 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 na. That is a little bit sudden, but I do like this back and forth that they do. The interplay is really nice for this chorus. Na, 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 na. They have similar vocal qualities, which is what I think helps them blend together. Like obviously he's a male singer, and she's a female singer, so their voice qualities reflect that. But I think they're in a similar range. The slap guitar makes it a little more intense than I would expect for the nature of this song. I have not heard this part before. It's not super different from the first verse. It's following all the same sort of patterns, so quite similar, but you know, it's still good. Na, na, na. I think they could do a better transition from the verse to the chorus, because I thought that the first time around, and then this time it was the same transition that just kind of cuts off, and then we've got a key change, but they didn't really transition into it. But then the chorus is just like really good because of this interplay that they have. Ooh, okay, see, that was a nice transition with that, because now we've got a new key again. Ooh, that was nice. Subdued chorus? Kind of? Kind of? It's definitely gonna come back in. A nice guitar line. I'm not really sure what the hook for this song was, which is kind of a weird thing to say. Um, but yeah, what was the hook the chorus? Because it was like Kimi wa na 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 na. Not the strongest hook, but either way, like I really like that chorus. Just the interplay just makes it so fun, and again, because their vocal quality is quite similar, it really lends itself well to that back and forth, throwing the chorus back and forth to each other like that. I do think that it sounded a little bit too samey throughout the entirety of the song. Um, I do wish there had been like a little bit more of a change in like maybe say the bridge or something. Like the bridge did change things up a little bit, but the quality of the song kind of stayed the same. So it was the same level of intensity, the same level of I guess the same sort of rhythmic ideas and same sort of harmonic ideas going on in there. So I feel like even though the transition out of the chorus into that bridge was well done, which I can't say for the transitions into the choruses, I feel like they didn't really do much with what they had here, and I feel like there was a lot of potential in this song for them to do so much more than what they ended up doing by the end of it. Uh, a little bit underwhelmed, if I'm being honest, because I did actually have higher expectations of that song based on the 90-second version that I heard at the end of each episode. But you know, it is what it is. Um, that is just how it goes sometimes. So now we need to make a decision on what was the top fall song from fall of 2025. And to be honest, I don't think any of them were that strong. I mean, fall of 2025 was a pretty abysmal season for anime. There was not a lot of good shows in general, and not that that had any reflection on how good the music is, but Uma Musume was probably my favorite thing of the season, and not that Uma Musume is not a good show, especially Cinderella Grey is absolutely fantastic, but um even the songs in it I didn't think really deserved to be in here. Uh mm, yeah. Should I consider that Chitose Kun song and like just play it even though it's not on my list? No, I think I'm gonna leave it. So we had the Fumetsu. Fumetsu is honestly like I think that was my favorite track, but I think it's so hard to consider uh the To Your Eternity season 3 ending in the same vein as any of these other ones because it's so different. It's so not what you expect from an anime song because it's not an anime song, it's just an anime soundtrack being used in the ending. So hmm I'm gonna give it a yellow highlight because I think it deserves some kind of recognition, but it's definitely not my my pick. If only because the criteria for it is way too different. But um, it's between two right now, which are the Kashiwara-san ending, the Sangatsu no Fantasia ending, and Shumatsu Touring's ending, which initially was apparently a on the fence pick for me. And then oh, actually the Yanagi Nagi one was also very good. The Shizuku, although I didn't have much to say about it because they didn't really do much with the song. So you know what, that one, yeah, no, not the top pick. I think I'm going to give it to Shumatsu Touring was what I enjoyed, I think, the most, but I think the Kashiwara-san one was a little better. Here, wait, I am going to go back and just play a short clip of a short bit of both of them because I don't actually I need a refresher just for a second. Where is the one that I'm looking for? What are these? These are not Oh, that's up next. That's why. Where is it? Twisted Hero. Right. The surprisingly complex song that you don't necessarily hear all that complexity in if you're not listening super closely versus something a little more straightforward. Oh, that was weird. I thought like the music kept going. There was a bike outside my window going this playing the same tone as whatever this just ended on. Okay. I think I'm gonna give it to Shumatsu Touring actually, and then we'll give here this Fumetsu one. I'll highlight in blue instead, and then we'll give the Kaoni Denai Kashiwara-san one a yellow highlight for a good attempt. So let's just edit this a bit. What is this song? This is called Glide. Oh, I think I already had a space there. Glide by Muke. And it's from Shumatsu Touring. Touring at the End of the World. Okay, so now with that out of the way, let me just shift myself back over here and hide these because now we are going to pick the top ending song from 2025, and as you can see up here next to me, we've got all four that I've picked from each season. So we have the ending. Sorry, these are the endings only. The openings we did in yesterday's stream. We've got the ending from Hana wa Saku Shuru no Gotoku Roro by Sato. We have the ending for Arumajo ga Shinu Made Hanasaku Michide by Teshima Aoi. The ending from City, the animation, Lucky by Tomo, and Shumatsu Touring's ending, A Glide by Muke. Honestly, all really, really strong contenders. If I am being honest about which one is not going to be it, I think it's probably going to be Glide by Muke is not necessarily fourth place. I need to think about this for a second, but I think that's not the my favorite for it. As much as I love the song, and Muke is one of my new favorite artists, having now listened to two. With that, like I knew that she was on this list twice, but I guess I had never really considered her as an artist that I would listen to up until this point because I haven't been listening to her music throughout the year. Um, Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom quick and consider this a little bit more. Uh, we will see what the winner is. So I'll be back in a minute. All right, we are back, but I still have not made my decision. That slight bit of time to think about it didn't really help. Uh, yeah, so I'm gonna say Glide is not the top one. So I guess that would make it fourth place because the other three I was thinking about. Uh, Lucky, I really like Lucky. Hanasaku Michide was oh yeah no thinking about it again, very different reasons for liking these songs. And Roro, I think, is one of. I think Roro didn't make my top songs in my. It didn't make like my wrapped in this year's songs, but I think it was probably one of the songs up there in my listening my top songs that I listened to. It was probably like if it showed the top 10, then it was probably like number 11. I think it might have made. I don't remember now. I'd have to look again. But ooh, Nodo is such a good song too. And like everything, all of these, I like them for very different reasons. Like Nodo it has a good like arrangement and everything, but like her singing is insanely good. Like the vocal quality that she gets and the emotion that she gets across with her voice, which is so fitting for the show too. In a show about broadcasting and getting the emotion through speech uh and everything. It's just it's so good, but also just the song, like crazy how good it is. Hanasaku Michide, I don't think this was the first time I had heard it all the way through. Um, and it's crazy how good the arrangement and the composition for it was, because it's like, again, it's basically a classical piece of music with Teshima Aoi singing it, but her vocals are quite simple for the song. And then I guess the only thing that was a little bit more unique to what would normally be like a classical piece of music was that it had a bass guitar in the mix, but otherwise quite orchestral and really something that I have a fondness for. And then Lucky is just everything that is fun about about what made City so fun. And do I want to give it a do I want to give 2025 a sweep for City the animation? I mean, I don't think it's going to be my top show of this. It's not my top show of the year, but ooh, da, 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 da. Oh, there are so many elements to Lucky that made it such a good song. Okay, let me pull these three up again just to give them another shot, because I am really I'm actually struggling quite a bit to consider which one is my top pick here. So Dodo, I mean, I know how Dodo sounds. I don't think I need that. Ooh, ooh, hearing it again. Okay, yeah, no, that one we knew that one would be good. We knew that was good already. I didn't need to pull that one up again. Hanasaku Michide, very different reason for being a top contender. This one's hard to skim through and hear the greatness of it. Oh, okay. Oh no, what is the best song? And then even like a Little Glee Monster is there too. I mean, I already gave that a second place for Spring, but it's also one that deserves to be in this top contender section. And then we've got Lucky, the last one. Oh, I like them all for such different reasons. Why? Why must you do this to me? Yeah. Uh I think I've made my decision actually. So, let me just pull this up the way that I would like to. And let me get one more thing ready so I can show it off. Thumbnails. There we go. Hide the sidebar. Shrink that back down. Okay, so I have made my decision on what I think for my own personal list. Again, this is all personal. These are my own takes on it. If you have a differing opinion, perfectly fine, and I think you could make an argument for your own music and I would accept it. And unless you were just to say that my opinion was wrong, in which case that is a dumb argument to make. But yeah, so my top pick for the season or the year of 2025, my top ending theme is the ending theme Dodo by Sato from Hanawasaku Shura no Gotoku. Shura or Flower and Ashura. Let me get that playing, but quietly so I can talk about it. I think ultimately the fact that I like spent so much time listening to this song in particular throughout the year is kind of like in a similar vein to the way that I spent so much time listening to um the Furui Riho song Hello, the opening from City, which I like both like this song and that song did kind of the same thing where they introduced me to a new artist that became one of my top listened artists of last year. And while Sato was not as prominent in my listens as Furui Riho became, I think that because it did the same thing, it just like affected me so much, and you get all this emotion across. Sorry, it got to that part again, and I'm not showing that off. But yeah, I think that just the way that this song was able to capture me and introduce me to such a fantastic artist that I had never heard of, I really, really fell in love with her music after this, in the same way that I fell in love with Furui Riho's music. And I think that in itself speaks to just how much this one deserves to be the top pick, at least for me, for my list. Hanasaku Michide, again, I love for a completely different reason. I was also already familiar with Teshima Aoi, which doesn't detract from the considerations, just because this one introduced me to a new artist. But that one, just for completely different reasons, I would say it's tied for second with City's ending theme, because they're so different. I don't even know how I would compare the two of them. If I had to, I might say Lucky very, very slightly takes a higher, like, takes the edge over Hanasaku Michide, but again, they're so different. I don't even know how I'm making that consideration. I'm just arbitrarily saying that, oh, this one very slightly edges out the other one. So, that's it. I guess it's kind of in order from my top to bottom, from winter to fall, other than the middle two are kind of tied, except that, and Lucky slightly takes that over Hanasaku Michide. But both are all amazing songs, and here, I'm just gonna pause that because I'm getting distracted by the song. And yeah, that's it. Now you've seen my top Annie songs of the year. We had the opening, Hello, Furui Riho, and the ending, Roro, Hanawasaku Shura no Gotoku. Sorry, that's not the artist, Sato. But yeah, Uh, and yeah, if you guys, again, if you have any differing opinions, let me know. Type it in chat. I guess I'm gonna sign off soon here, so there's not much time left to say anything in chat. But if you want to, type it into chat or let me know down in the comments below on YouTube because the VOD will be going up. I'm assuming that the video won't get taken down for any copyright issues because assuming this all went right, it shouldn't have picked up enough audio for it to get copyright flagged or stricken or anything like that. So yeah, let me know what you guys thought of my list, if you think I missed anything, or if you disagree with my top picks and what your top picks were. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear some music that maybe I didn't even include in my list, maybe because I didn't watch the show or because I just for whatever reason didn't include it in the list. Maybe because it didn't make an impression on me initially and I just ended up skipping over it. Or even something as dumb as me wanting to put in the Chitose-kun ending, but because I hadn't already done that and I had started streaming and didn't feel like altering my list anymore. That is also a dumb but valid reason for why it's not here. So if you're upset about that because you think, no, that one actually would have been a definite win over Fall's ending of Glide, then you know what? Let me know because I would love to be proven wrong. I still think these two top picks are my top picks, but yeah, it's it is what I feel deserves the top spot. So anyway, I know today was not as popular of a stream as yesterday's. Not that it was very popular yesterday. I'm expecting a lot more subs to be lost on YouTube because for whatever reason, whenever I stream, I lose just a ton of subscribers. I guess people forget who I am because I don't upload that much and I don't show my face until the ends of most videos. So people don't know who I am based on the not the thumbnail, the auto-generated thumbnail. So anyway, that is it for all of the songs from this year. Let me know what you thought. Maybe I'll talk about favorite soundtracks at some point. Although that's not really something that I tend to do until Crunchyroll gets it wrong in their awards show. So you might have to wait until whenever their show is. I think is it May? Ish, if I'm remembering correctly, before I talk about my favorite soundtracks from 25. It also gives me time to get access to any of the soundtracks that haven't come out yet. Sometimes they delay them by quite a bit, or not delay, but they don't come out until quite far after the show has ended. So I will talk about my favorite soundtracks probably sometime around May. And do a proper video about it unless I get too lazy to do any editing and just do a stream like this again. But because I can't really play the music in the same way that I have done in this kind of video, I may make a proper video about it. So soundtracks will be sometime in the future, and then tomorrow I am planning to stream again, though it will be a much shorter stream than these past two have been, because tomorrow I'm just going to do a tier list of all my top shows of the year of 2025. And of course, there are only going to be shows that I watched because I can't judge things that I didn't. There is going to be a category for dropped shows, but they're just going to go in dropped. And I'll explain why I dropped them. But other than that, thank you to anyone who tuned into the stream, and if you're just enjoying the VOD and still watching, thank you for watching the VOD until the end. I don't know why you would, but yeah, here is my top ending pick for 2025. You can check out the end of the yesterday's stream to see the top opening pick. And yeah, hopefully I will see some of you guys tomorrow for the tier list stream that I'm hoping is not going to be super long. So until then, thank you for tuning in, and I will see you next time. Bye.